My name is Layanne, and I work here at the People's Forum. I want to welcome you all for coming out on a Saturday to join us for this incredible double panel event. Just very quickly about the People's Forum, we are a movement incubator for working class and marginalized communities. We are about to turn 1 year old, so please join us for our 1 year anniversary on September 13th at 6 p.m. We hope to see you all there. And we are a accessible political education and cultural space. Our aim is to build unity across historic lines of division, both in New York and internationally. So for this reason, we are particularly honored and excited to be hosting this event here today, to have the opportunity to learn about not only the militarized and imperialist presence across the African continent, but also to learn from the incredible moments and traditions of resistance. So I am going to introduce briefly our moderators. Samar Al-Bolishi is an assistant professor in the Department of Anthropology at the University of California, Irvine. Her research is broadly concerned with militarism, policing, and the war on terror in East Africa. Previously, she worked with various human rights organizations and co-produced Afrobeat radio and global movements, urban struggles on Pacifica's WBAI in New York City. And Karina Mullen is an adjunct professor at John Jay College and the New School. Her research examines the historical legacies of colonialism and contemporary imperialist interventions in shaping global South security states in a way that facilitates labor exploitation, natural resource extraction, and other forms of global South value drain with a focus on Tunisia. And I'll pass it to Samar.
Thanks so much, Layanne. Thank you to all of you for being here this afternoon. We'd first like to start by thanking the People's Forum, especially Layanne, Jordan, and Renata for helping put this event together and make it possible. We'd also like to thank our co-sponsors, Polis and Warscapes, and especially Michael Bush for believing in the importance of a conversation like this. And I just want to acknowledge our comrade Omayele Sowore, who is a friend of many of us here in New York City. He's known for his activism as a founder of Sahara Reporters, which has been one of the most relied upon sources of alternate and critical analysis coming out of Nigeria. He was arrested on August 3rd or 4th, I believe, in Nigeria after having called for a nationwide protest. And he's still in prison. He's been charged with treason. So check out, I think online on Twitter, you can find out more about his case and sign on to statements calling for his release. With that, I'm just going to start by posing some very brief questions that will frame the conversation today, and then we'll transition to Karina. So to begin, we just want to ask, what does solidarity look like? What can it look like in the context of the revolutions in Sudan and Algeria? What lessons can we learn from the past? And at the same time, how can we refree our imaginations of romanticized ideas about past struggles and embrace the current moment and the new and different challenges that it presents? We'd like to think about why we should think about what's happening on the continent and how we should be thinking about it. We really want to create a space to grapple with complexity. What does it mean for the question of solidarity in contexts where governments, for example, are anti-imperial in rhetoric, but authoritarian in practice? So with that, I'll turn it over to Karina, who will help us think through questions related to imperialism and internationalism.
Thanks, Samar. And I just want to echo, does that one work? That might just, thanks. Thanks. Just want to echo Samar's words of thanks and appreciation to everyone for coming out today in such a beautiful day, and to the People's Forum, to everyone who made this possible.
Sorry, I just have to thank you. Because Corey is the real reason that we're here today. That totally slipped my mind, and I really want to make that known because she's really put a lot of thought and effort into crafting today's conversation, so thank you.
And thank you, Samar. So the idea for this event grew out of, and Samar I think is going to talk about this a bit more, some discussions that we were having with many people in this room about what is the relationship between imperialist interventions on the continent and the current revolts that are unfolding in places like Sudan and Algeria, and thinking about what international solidarity would look like in this context, and what is the relationship really between anti-imperialism and internationalism. So we thought maybe to start out by just thinking about what is imperialism, what is internationalism, what is the relationship between the two. Of course, Lenin described imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism, entailing several features, including the emergence and dominations of monopolies, of finance capital, the creation of what he called international monopolist capitalist associations, which share the world among themselves, and the territorial division of the world among the biggest capitalist powers. For Nkrumah, imperialism is the system through which, even after political independence it had been achieved across the African continent, quote unquote, practically all our natural resources, not to mention trade, shipping, banking, building, have remained in the hands of foreigners seeking to enrich alien investors and to hold back local economic initiative. One of the main features of imperialism is that foreign capital, he explained, is used for the exploitation rather than for the development of the less developed parts of the world. So at base, of course, imperialism is about economic domination and is always backed up by the threat and often actual show of military might. We are all familiar with the long list of types and examples of imperialist interventions, which is too long to list here, but of course includes direct military interventions, invasions, occupations, and other forms of imperialist military action, largely thinking US, but of course other imperialist powers as well, from Vietnam to Iraq, North Korea to Afghanistan, Libya, Somalia, Syria, and Mali, to imperialist-backed coups against nationalist and or leftist governments, like the 1953 CIA and MI6-backed coup against Mossadegh in Iran, to the ongoing coup attempt against Maduro in Venezuela. So coups also, of course, overthrow of President Salvador Allende's government, Ghana's Nkrumah in '66, and the overthrow as well as assassination of Lumumba in 1960. But it also includes the military bases. The U.S. has, close to 800 military bases that it operates or controls across the globe, menacing global South sovereignty. It includes the funding of death squads and other covert actions to destabilize and otherwise undermine leftist and nationalist states, governments, and movements that challenge the capitalist and imperialist order. There are also more subtle forms of military domination and imperialist induced vulnerability that come from the global South dependency on US and European weapons systems and surveillance systems, military and police trainings. And of course, the economic interventions that are backed up by the threat of or actual military interventions. So sanctions as economic warfare, debt colonialism, structural adjustment programs, and other forms of economic intervention that block global South development and therefore economic independence and facilitate global South wealth drain and, of course, directly related, global North accumulation. By devaluing and exploiting global South lives and livelihoods, imperialism, of course, is fundamentally racist and perpetuates global white supremacy. Though imperialism depends on military might, it is also maintained by an ideological superstructure that is fluid and takes on many different discursive guises depending on the particular socio-political constellation of power and social forces at any particular moment in time. From anti-communism to the war on terror, to humanitarianism, development, the migrant crisis. Imperialism does not only capture markets and territory, but also through its discursive tools, it captures minds and even shapes what it is possible, what people imagine to be possible in terms of what constitutes liberation. For example, whether or not international agreements can be broken, debt erased, regional integration achieved, redistribution, transformation of property regimes. Shackles, these are shackles that prohibit real transformation. Economic domination associated with capitalism, of course, has always been international, from the foundational role of slavery to accumulation and capitalist modes of production, to the dispossession of indigenous lands and polities, to the various manifestations of racial capitalism and current formations and relations of power underpinning the globalized and hierarchically organized circuits of trade and production, where imperialist states and the multilateral institutions they dominate, from the IMF and World Bank to NATO, and often including the different organs of the UN and international law more generally. Because the domination has always been international, resistance has as well. From the early forms of radical Black internationalism to including W.E.B. Du Bois, people like Claudia Jones, Kwame Nkrumah, Angela Davis, organizations, and initiatives such as We Charge Genocide, to the international arm of the American Indian movement. The Soviet Union, of course, played an important role at times in providing an institutional space and financial support to anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist formations in the context of Comintern. Internationalism has been expressed in terms of state forms of solidarity. Think about 1955 Bandung Conference or the 1964 UNCTAD, UN Conference on Trade and Development, as well as regional alliances forged in anti-colonial struggle, like the Arab League and African Union in early days. As well as various alliances and military, and financial support to independence movements across Africa and Asia by the Soviet Union and China, and more direct, of course, aid in the case of post-revolution Cuba. So there are also the bottom-up forms of solidarity, internationalism, like the Lincoln's Brigade, the Lincoln Brigade, the Arabs from across the region, from West Asia, who went to fight in Palestine in the time of the Great Arab Revolt between 36 and 39 against the British Mandate and the Zionist movement, which was growing in strength at that time. Or the 66 Solidarity Conference of the Peoples of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, the Tricontinental Conference, which really brought together the two, both the sort of state dimension in terms of independent states, but also the independence movements of the time. More recently, groups like Black for Palestine, Via Campesina, BDS, the Red Nation. So these past and present forms of internationalism have taught us that the struggle against racial capitalism and imperialism is much more likely to succeed if undertaken as a collective. So we have a duty as individuals who consider ourselves internationalists to stand in solidarity with people and movements, the people, movements, and states that are resisting imperialism across the globe, not out of an abstract or intellectual obligation, but because we see our own struggles for a present and future free from oppression and exploitation, anti-capitalist struggle, a struggle for freedom as fundamentally linked to struggles elsewhere in the world. So being anti-capitalist, being against racial capitalism means being anti-imperialist. As internationalists, we also have a responsibility to educate ourselves to the greatest extent possible, given, of course, time and resource constraints about the popular struggles unfolding in parts of the world where imperialism actively works to undermine these movements in our names and with our tax dollars. Being in the belly of the beast, we have a special responsibility to resist all attempts by the US and other imperialist actors to halt, sabotage, divert, co-opt, or limit in any other way the will of popular struggles across Africa and elsewhere in the world. So we hope with our presentations and discussions that we can contribute to this endeavor.
Thanks so much, Karina. I'll just now read through the bios of our participants. Maybe I should start with those of us who are on this panel. So we'll start with Yasmina Price, to my left, is a Black anti-imperialist Marxist committed to the liberation of colonized peoples and the abolishment of police, prisons, and all oppressive structures. She has organized locally in the trainings with a socialist group, also participating in panels organized by Verso Books and the Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung, focusing on global mechanisms of injustice. She's currently a PhD student in Black cinema at Yale. To my right, we have Khoury Peterson-Smith, who's an activist and geographer who interrogates US empire. He is the Middle East Research Fellow at the Institute for Policy Studies and a founding member of Black for Palestine. Both Karina and I have now been introduced, so I'll now move to, Kambale, who's on this panel. Kambale Musabuli, behind us, a native of the Democratic Republic of Congo and one of the leading political and cultural Congolese voices, is a human rights advocate, student coordinator, and national spokesperson for the Friends of the Congo. On the subsequent panel, we have Brahim Rouaba, who's an Algerian activist and academic. He's the co-founder of the UK-based Algerian Solidarity Campaign. He's currently working on his PhD in political science at the CUNY Grad Center, and his research focuses on issues related to knowledge production, colonialism, and the origins of capitalist property relations. Nasreen El-Amin is a postdoctoral fellow at the Columbia University Society of Fellows and a lecturer in the Middle Eastern, South Asian, and African Studies Department. Her work explores the relationship between land, belonging, migration, and geopolitics in post-secession Sudan. Her current project examines the ways that landless and landholding communities are negotiating and contesting changes in land ownership, prompted by a recent wave of Gulf Arab corporate investments in Sudanese land. She's affiliated with Gerifna, a movement fighting for democracy and a transition to full civilian rule in Sudan. And finally, Suzanne Adeli is a longtime Arab American community organizer with a background in global labor and human rights advocacy. She's a member of the Bureau of the International Association of Democratic Lawyers, National Lawyers Guild board member, and a co-chair of the NLG International Committee and MENA subcommittee. She currently works for the Food Chain Workers Alliance, a binational alliance of worker-based organizations in the food economy. She's a member of Al-Auda New York, US-Palestine Community Network, and a newly launched Arab Workers Resource Center. So with that, we'll get started with Yasmina.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Great. So I'm going to spend most of my time speaking about Niger, a country which is, in some terms, so inconsequential in the American geopolitical imaginary that I've lost count of the number of times that I've been informed that I'm in fact from Nigeria and not from Niger. Mm-hmm. This despite the fact that Niger currently has the largest Air Force drone base on the African continent. So there is an absolutely coherent, tactically comprehensible line between the 9/11 backlash of the war on terror and this current wave of fresh imperialism on the African continent. The current increase emerges directly from this facsimile of a real ideological war, which we call the war on terror. And to be clear, this has nothing to do with the poorly conceived right-left of the US. I hope that everyone in this room considers Obama to be as violent and imperialist as any of the rest of them. So if you fast forward a couple years after 9/11 to 2003, there was an iffy abduction of a few tourists around the Algeria-Mali border as a kidnapping for ransom, and this immediately escalated in the entire Maghreb being considered another front for the global war on terror in a way that it had not previously considered to be so. In mere months, hundreds of American troops are deployed to the area. The next major shift is something we're perhaps all familiar with called AFRICOM, which was established in 2008, and it emerged as a project from the US Department of Defense. It's not something I think about a lot, but AFRICOM is actually a conjunction of Africa Command. In the name itself, this is a project of domination, this is a project of empire, this is a project of colonialism. And AFRICOM's presence on the African continent is absolutely just a restaging, a continuation of the same violent, exploitative, horrific colonial paradigm that preceded the so-called independence movement of the African continent in the 60s and 70s, which freed us in certain ways, but when it came to the real machinations of colonialism and imperialism, they've only started to manifest in slightly different forms. They haven't actually left us. The U.S., as a U.S. entity, AFRICOM also works in close alliance with European military presence in the region, especially that of France. And there's just nothing other than a coherent continuity in the historical relationships of domination of African countries by European and American interests, which are expressed in ways that are economical, that are political, and that are marked in the uninterrupted presence of the French troops in the region, and also in the reliance of all these countries on the franc first, now the euro, and basically all Eurocentric Western monetary forms. So if we move on 10 years from AFRICOM being established in 2008, by 2018, the US military presence in Niger is at the very least around the 800 troop mark. These are not people that are coming and going. This is a stable quantity of 800 American soldiers in a country that, again, I have been told many times I am mispronouncing and is in fact Nigeria. And to reiterate, in Niger, specifically Agadez, which is in the center of the country and is very well strategically located, there is the largest Air Force drone base on the African continent. And far be it from me on the average day to recommend anyone turn to Western media outlets for information about the Global South, but there is actually a really good article by Nick Turse in The Intercept, which I certainly relied on for numerical information that I couldn't find elsewhere. And frankly, a lot of the sources that I found in either Francophone outlets or outlets coming from the continent also relied on this article, which on the one hand gives it some legitimacy, but I think we should also consider that it is so worrisome that there is so little access to something like the biggest Air Force drone base on the African continent that only an American journalist would be able to get in there far enough to get these numbers. So to quote from this article, and just as a preliminary, initially the projections for this project were a modest $100 million. And Nick Turse writes in the article, but according to new projections from the Air Force, its initial cost will soon be dwarfed by the price of operating the facility, about $30 million a year. By 2024, when a 10-year agreement for the use of the base in Agadez, Niger ends, its construction and operating costs will top $250,000, or to be entirely precise, 280 million American blood-soaked dollars. And just as an informational point, the CIA actually has its very own drone base, which is closer to the Libya border. You can imagine why. These imperial impositions are effectively extraterritorial projections of US power, which is to say that they are America on the continent. No member of the Nigerian military, not even the commander, is actually allowed to freely stroll onto this drone base. And the way this operates, the way they get away with it, is a very common tactic of masquerading this imperial project under the pretense of humanitarian efforts. It's reminiscent of things like the village pacification in Vietnam, community development in Afghanistan, the promotion of crop alternatives in Latin America. You can come up with hundreds of examples of this same sort of tactic. And the problem is that such programs paper over and ignore the basic issues of domination, of lack of agency, and of fundamental relations, of lack of representation and lack of any real power for the country that is being colonized in merely a different way. And what sub-Saharan Africa has is arguably the single greatest motivator of action on the global stage, which is natural resources. In Niger, we mostly have uranium, which has largely been plundered by France. But there's recently been more oil discoveries in Chad. There's gold mines in the area. There's any number of things that would motivate a Western power to show interest. And the truth is that the Sahelian countries in West Africa, which is to say Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, Mauritania, Chad, had been in states of relative peace until 9/11 happened, which shows that, again, this was not just a historical fluke. This, as ever with the American state, is a very well-planned tactic to remain dominant. And the recent history of American imperialism has basically been to create a problem, to manufacture a crisis, and to use this as a pretext for a military intervention, which would not have been necessary if they did not create this so-called crisis to begin with. And always, always under the banner of democracy and stability, which is, of course, what they are bringing us. And this is all characterized as the fight against terrorism, as the fight against Islamic barbarism, as the fight against women not being able to drive, women having to cover their head, whatever. And again, it masks what is actually primary and what is actually happening, which is that there is a complicity between local elites, because yes, we talk colonialism, we talk racism, we also have to talk classism. And these local elites are complicit with external interests, which in fact offer little to no economic or social opportunity to the vast majority of Sahelians. And the problem is that then anything that happens of instability in those areas, any version of civil unrest immediately gets termed terrorism, as opposed to being historically localized. So there's a lot to cover here, obviously. The EU and the US's responsibility for the chaos and suffering in Libya, the spillover of weapons, of trafficking in the Sahel into the Mediterranean, European attempts to block sub-Saharan migration, which is, of course, very similar to US attempts to keep migrants in so-called third countries, not to mention the very, very dire pressure on resources and the climate, because it very well may be that we will not even have a planet on which to organize anti-colonialism, because colonialism will have destroyed at least the planet's livability for the human species as it stands. And I think it's also important to note that Europe has instrumentalized the characterization of these conflicts in such a way as to channel it into their effort to stop trans-Saharan trade in immigrants and look to policies that can block movement and set up more and more borders as areas in the global south become more and more unlivable. So the military incursion is being framed as a strategic necessity on the part of the US to fight terrorism, to fight ISIS, to fight any form of vaguely or specifically characterized extremists. And in my opinion, there's a very clear connection between the US's actions as a warmongering empire and as a police state which is basically sustained by racist carcerality. In the domestic space, the US government creates conditions of unlivable, it makes things unlivable for certain populations, especially Black people, which is to say, especially the descendants of those people who were ripped away from that very same continent, which is now a site of renewed brutality and domination. Extreme inequalities in wealth and power, a self-perpetuating mechanism of exclusion and marginalization of poor and working class people, a state which is structurally founded on anti-Blackness, a legal system which is founded on anti-Blackness, makes working against and outside of that system nothing other than necessity for large swaths of the population. And the problem is that the same forces which create conditions for these survival behaviors are the same ones who criminalize these behaviors and impose punitive measures. And the police state, the carceral system, are ultimately there to protect private property and ensure that there's a continuated, activated form of the afterlife of slavery. It's not that it's diminishing over time, it's just transforming itself. And the US state wields criminal in the same way that it does terrorist, which is to say that it's a social mask for what is ultimately a set of economic motivations. And the obscene amounts of resources that are funneled into the American military are the very same resources that the US state will say are lacking for social infrastructures, which are the ones that force especially Black people, Africans before they were anything else, into criminalized behaviors, for which the solution is always carceral, and the carceral system is itself there for profit. And I think the larger problem is that for myself, for my fellow panelists, for I think a lot of people in this room who are genuinely invested in these issues, is that the thing you will be pushing back against is, I think, perhaps the thing which is more likely than anything else to stop our movements from being successful, which is indifference. Indifference is a wall that you cannot climb. If people do not care, they will not listen, they will not act, and there's only so much that you can say against the deep-seated myopia of the US empire. So long as it is the world's dominating power, it cannot be spoken to if it doesn't want to listen. And what I hope is that when all of us talk about working class liberation, we are also talking about global solidarity, especially because the organizations that are majority white, that are majority American, that are majority Western, cannot, especially as there will always be a minority of people for whom this is, to say, personal stakes, because as a Pan-African Marxist, I'm worried about this base in Niger, but as someone who comes from a largely Black Muslim family, with many members of that family who still live in Niger, their lives are very much at stake. The idea that you can have the largest Air Force drone base on the African continent and to think that this is not going to cause a cataclysmic disaster is, I think, at best naive and otherwise just sorely misguided. And we cannot count on a minority representation of people who have personal stakes in this. If we consider these to be political issues that we need to take on strategically and tactically, people who have no immediate investment in certain areas of the struggle still need to be as present as everyone else. Which is why I think that any left movement, any socialist org, any radical initiative, which is coming outside of the US and which says that it is about the business of liberation, which is about the business of revolution, cannot be operative under anything less than a rigorous commitment to internationalism and anti-imperialism. Because ultimately, the way the state executes itself domestically and abroad inserts itself as a corrective to a problem that it has manufactured for profit, is ultimately for capital, which will never operate under anything other than a legitimization of imperialist oppression. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Yasmina. Yeah, I've learned so much from listening to you, and I'm really excited to learn more about Niger and also to see the parallels in the country that I'm going to be talking about today, which is Tunisia. Also, another sort of major player in the war on terror, was one of the first countries to have given its support to the U.S. In the context of Bush declaring the war on terror, and is the second largest recipient after Egypt of U.S. military aid in North Africa and the Sahel region, which I'm always hesitant, about using these labels, because although they are sort of a geographic designation, they're also colonial discursive constructs that are designed to really break the region off from the rest of the continent in order to break solidarity, economic integration, and other forms. So yeah, I really appreciated everything that you had to say. And I just wanted to bring in also, and echoing a lot of what you've discussed, the relationship between economic and military dimensions of imperialism. And I guess we tend to think of them often as distinct dimensions. And Tunisia is a really interesting example, a place that also I lived for several years and worked on these issues, and I think is helpful in terms of thinking through both the the question of sort of how imperialism manifests itself in the current context and the continent, but also how it shapes the possibilities around resistance today, or how it works, let's say, in dialectical relationship with resistance today. And I think many people are aware of how the uprising in Tunisia, probably 2010 and 11, it's sort of presented, it's generally presented in the Western context as a sort of one of the more successful or model Arab uprising states, as a state that successfully transitioned from a dictatorship to a liberal democracy in a relatively peaceful manner. And I think in the work that I've done, and many of my colleagues and comrades have pointed out, is that this is also a discourse, a liberal discourse that has been used to frame the uprising in a particular way, and also in order to generate discursive and material support for a very one particular element of the Tunisian uprising, which focused on liberal rights and institutions, and at the expense of the more radical dimensions of the uprising, which were about redistribution and sovereignty, ending imperialist interventions, lands struggles, and agricultural reform. And so I'm interested in thinking about the issue of militarization and imperialist interventions in that context as well, and how, again, it sort of shapes or works in dialectical relation with the uprising. So with that being said, I just wanted to flag up a couple of points in regards to what imperialist intervention looks like in the Tunisian context, in the hopes that we can make some broader connections between the various places that we're looking at on the continent. So Tunisia, unlike some of its neighbors at the time of independence, opted for a sort of pacted transition to independence, which meant that its relations with the former colonial power, France, were still very close. Most of its institutions most of the French institutions remained even at the time of, or domination over institutions, even at the time of independence. And Tunisia also was therefore very close to the US, and grew closer to the US and the sort of Western capitalist bloc in the context of the Cold War. And those relations with the US grew stronger in that context, especially in the 70s and 80s. The US became a major player in Tunisia in terms of shaping its military, its police force, its prison systems, sort of every element of the security state. In a way that, of course, and this is how the US operates in terms of its relationship with global South security states, in a way that facilitates the extraction of wealth from the global South. Surplus value extraction, the extraction of natural resources, and of course the management and control of resistance. And so the US was a major player, became an even more important player in the context of the war on terror. And today you have the issue of all the issues I think that we're all discussing here around AFRICOM, for example, military bases. So you've got the first, and perhaps this is for obvious reasons, because of the independence and the symbolism of land, to have a foreign military base on your territory is one of the most likely to generate resistance and opposition and attention. Although the US is entangled in the Tunisian military, police, and carceral state in all kinds of ways. But the irony is that after the uprising, which was of course about the very imperialist backed policies that were rejected by the uprising, the inequalities, the marginalization, the exclusions that were facilitated by imperialist intervention, the the irony is, of course, that after the uprising, despite the fact that the uprising was a rejection of imperialism, imperialist entanglements deepened after the uprising. And it's after the 2010-11 uprising that you have the first military base in Tunisia. A drone base that is operating, in which drones are in large part not just surveying Tunisian territory, most likely Algeria as well, but of course Libya. There's also, in that context, the establishment of an AFRICOM presence, increased AFRICOM presence in the post-2010-2011 period. In particular, just recently, there's a 5-year action plan that's been signed with AFRICOM that is extending its presence. U.S. military aid to Tunisia has grown by 50% since the uprising. So it's clearly a question of counter-revolution. The U.S. military aid, under the guise of the war on terror, is a counter-revolutionary force that's there to prop up the security state, which is being used to repress popular movement. Peasant struggles, worker struggles, the struggle of unemployed and students. So military aid in that context is clearly designed with that aim and agenda in mind. And there are all kinds of ways that the U.S. Military aid has shaped the type of security state that is emerging in the Tunisian context. Another important aspect I'd just like to flag up is the issue of borders. Of course, and I think you mentioned as well, and I know Summer's at work, and I think others on the panel too, who talk about the externalization of Europe's racist border regime to African states who are asked to ventriloquize the racist policies of the EU today, and much of the security architecture that is being built along Tunisia's borders with Algeria and Libya is there to block other Africans who are fleeing exactly what you described as imperialist, capitalist imposed crises, ecological crises, socio-economic crises, political crises. And now not only are they forced to flee their countries, but then they're facing this violent security regime on the borders of other African countries. So it does two things. It stops, it blocks movement, and it also, there's on a discursive or an identitarian level, it reinforces those colonial borders. And I think that's another aspect we need to think about when we talk about what is possible in the context of the uprisings and regional integration. If we go back to what we were talking about earlier in terms of internationalism, the idea that regional integration and international solidarity is crucial to the success of an anti-capitalist movement in any one country. And I think it's clear that the border violence is part of blocking that from happening. So I just, to end, there are lots of other points that I could talk about in terms of the relationship between debt and military spending. Tunisia, since the revolution, again, has increased exponentially its spending on the police, various security apparatuses. Actually, combined now, the military and Interior Ministry take up 14% of the Tunisian economy. And this is in a context where the Tunisian government is trying to justify its rolling back of the social spending, of the welfare state, of its spending on public goods. So this is also increasing Tunisia's indebtedness, spending on military equipment that is subsidizing the US military industrial complex also increases Tunisia's own vulnerability as a state that's indebted and therefore can't pass the kinds of radical legislation, policies that many of people who are involved in the uprising would have liked to see, like ending its relations with the EU and its free trade agreements with the EU, with the US, and other imperialist powers. And just one last final thing is about normalization with Israel. I think another thing to be aware of increasingly is that these security arrangements help facilitate the normalization of relations of African states with the colonial settler state of Israel through stealth. Because Israel, of course, is a major actor in the imperialist security architecture. So if you become a major non-NATO ally member, which Tunisia has recently and several other African states are, you are going to be sharing intelligence. You're going to be, you're obliged to do military trainings together with Israel. There are all kinds of ways that your cooperation with Israel are going to happen, even though the majority of the population are clearly opposed to that. So, yeah, I just want to end by saying that it's really, I want to try and end on a positive note by saying that despite all of this, the increase in imperialist interventions in the region, I think it's really important to remember that at these moments of crisis, the kind of political, military, economic conjunctures that we're seeing, there's also, that also exposes the contradictions of capitalism and imperialism. And so awareness is also growing, resistance is also growing at the same time, and that's why it's more crucial, and just to end on a note like you did, Yasmina, more crucial than ever for international solidarity to grow and to be there for these movements, so thanks.
We'll now turn to Kambale. We can't hear you, so just 1 second, sorry. Kambale, can you say something?
Yes, are you able to hear me now?
We can.
Perfect. All right, sorry I'm not able to be with you at the moment. And I'm just quite sad many of my thoughts have been shared, but I think it will be a great conversation around what is happening. I would like to start with what's been on my mind for the past 6 months, which sometimes is left out in discussions. It's the case of Israel and its engagement on the continent. I mean, the way I look at what is happening on the continent, specifically in West Africa, is that capital does not have a nationality. No matter who is implementing it, it could be the United States, it could be France for many of the West African countries, and also it could be Israel. Maran Bajour is a Palestinian businessman. He happened to arrive in Accra on December 13th of last year. We found out of his kidnapping the week after because his family members knew people we knew. Shared with us that he arrived at the airport. He was picked up by Mossad, literally, now we know it was Mossad, at the Accra International Airport. He was interrogated. He disappeared. He disappeared for literally 3 months. He reappeared in Lebanon in March. The story is that intelligence operated in Ghana while they rendered Palestinian to question. He was tortured. He was taken to Equatorial Guinea. He was flown into Kigali. He was flown into Nairobi. And all these 3 places that he was flown, every time he was moved, it will be questioned, torture, and so he's almost making him not be aware of where he was moving. And then, of course, he showed up in Lebanon with his passport. The Ghanaian government has denied any wrongdoing. Still now, this is an issue that's in my mind. Like, how is it possible for a Palestinian to be rendered in an African country and there is no outcry about it? The discussions on the ground, there have been journalists here in Accra who have been discussing this issue, which has brought up more things that I did not know about Israel on the African continent. I think it's been mentioned already, how they have been providing intelligence to many African governments. In the case of the Congo, for example, if you've been reading the media, the Black Cube, the spy agency in Tel Aviv, has been providing intelligence for the Congolese government, spying on Congolese activists and politicians through their WhatsApp communications, and they rented a whole floor of a hotel in Kinshasa and so on. So the reason why I wanted to bring that up, one is to make sure that as we even discuss the United States, that we don't forget that there are other actors who are operating on the African continent, where the local elite is collaborating with them and making the work for activists and people who want to have peace, or people who want to go home, as myself, can finally go home one day. The second thing that I want to add is when we speak about AFRICOM, my recollection of it is that it started from a white paper. I still don't know why they call it white paper, from Heritage Foundation. They wrote it in 2003. The two people who wrote this are James Carafano and Al Gardiner. They were giving the rationale why the Bush administration at the time needed to think about the US African Command. This paper stayed on the shelf for a long time until 2007. Donald Rumsfeld decided to actually pick up that white paper and make it into a concrete project. And the project was implemented. Many African countries at the time rejected the project. Bush visited Ghana also during that time. One of the things that came out of his visit is now there is a highway called George Bush Highway. That's no joke. He has a highway in Ghana, in Accra, called George Bush Highway. But many African countries at the time say no to the United States. But under Obama, many things start happening. Many nations start opening doors for him, allowing the so-called military training, operations, these military outposts. In Kisangani, we have a military outpost that's looking more and more as a base. In Ghana right now, the United States has 3 military bases. I happened to be at the airport 4 months ago. I was waiting for a comrade who was flying back into Accra. And surprisingly, I see about 40 American soldiers just coming out of the Kotoka International. So I got worried. Of course, I took pictures wondering, what are these American soldiers doing here, coming out of a commercial airport? Then later, since I know some people, I'm asking questions. I'm finding out that this was a small mistake from their part. They happened to come up quickly, but they appear to be coming in numbers every week at Terminal 1, which is a defunct terminal in Ghana. So Ghana today has signed military cooperation with the United States, allowing them to have 3 military bases under the umbrella of the war on terror. They are flying from Accra as well, and they are engaging across the border. If you are a US citizen in Ghana, you get the alerts of the kidnapping happening, what is happening at the border of Burkina Faso, and so on. And they are very engaged here. You end up in Kumasi and you find very weird people walking around that they are called the US military. But they have 3 US military bases now that the Ghanaian government has allowed under the leadership of Nana Akufo-Addo, the current president of Ghana. The third point I want to also make is Libya. Some of the things that we are seeing happening, especially in this region, is a direct consequence of the military operations that the United States undertook in Libya. Many of the people who have received the arms, especially those who were operating in the Sahel, the jihadists who were also armed by the CIA, and I think many of you remember the New York Times during the Libya operation, how they had an article on the front page of the New York Times explaining how the CIA was training some of the jihadists during the operation. And it was quite interesting to have in the open, in the United States, a discussion around militia groups who are jihadists being armed to attack a sovereign state and the leader of a country. They achieve the goal, as Hillary Clinton said, well, we came, we saw, he died. And as she said that, till today, there is no accountability towards to the Libyan people and the arms that were given during those operations, which has not proliferated. So there is a direct connection between US military operations on the African continent, the militarization of many, be it militia groups or state government in the past 2 decades, which has caused increased violence in the region. And of course, AFRICOM did not do the work by itself. We have to know that NATO engaged in it. And that's also what I'm seeing in West Africa mainly, that the US cooperation in the region is not done just by the United States. So when we look at France military operation in Mali, in Chad, in Niger, the French military uses American planes to move in the region. So those collaborations are happening organically, while, as I said, that they do not care about the nationality. It's more for the military interest in the region. I think I will, the two final points I'll make is around what's happening also in Burkina Faso. I happened to be in Burkina Faso on December 1st. There was something that everyone should know. Every December 1st in Ouagadougou, there is the International Anti-Imperialist Day. That's organized by Organisation des Jeunes Démocratiques. They organize youth from the region. They come even by buses, meeting there. While I was there, I met a young man from Niger. He was coming from Niamey, who just happened to say in one of the sessions that last week an armed drone just fell outside of Niamey. That's the first time I actually heard that there are these drones flying around in Niger and just falling out of the sky. It was armed, and luckily it didn't explode. So that opened up the discussion even with the comrade from Burkina Faso and Niger. How can we build a network of people to counter the increased militarization? So this network has been happening actually in the region. But I was bringing that because I heard we have a comrade from Niger on the panel that the youth of Niger are organizing. They're now waiting for us on the outside to be able to address the military challenge. What we can do really to help them, at least from what I heard, is while we are in the United States, this policy starting from 2003, which is becoming actually something concrete, Americans have a say. They have a clear say in stopping those policies. Are we concerned that Nancy Pelosi and Karen flew into Accra this month? They flew into Accra this month for the year of return. And Nancy Pelosi spoke at the parliament, in the Ghanaian parliament, but they flew into Ghana with AFRICOM officers. So who is discussing that US Congress is flying with AFRICOM officers discussing US AFRICOM engagement on the continent and speaking in the Ghanaian parliament. That's where we can have an impact. And also keep an eye out on US military training. When we look at Mali, Amadou Sanogo, who did the coup in 2012, was a US trained soldier. Same thing in Burkina Faso, Gilbert Diendere. He was also trained by the US military. So we have many people in US who have been trained by US military, who have been taking actions with the support that they receive, either to harm civilians, to hold on to power, or to engage in US military operations that Americans can actually challenge US foreign policy directly. The second one that I would propose around response to the military challenges that we have in West Africa is that we need to make the connections as I shared earlier about a Palestinian being arrested in Ghana, that's a perfect moment to get the BDS movement to work with Africans around that issue, to know that this is happening. If it's happening in Ghana, next thing it may happen in Togo. Who knows? A Palestinian could be in Togo traveling to meet friends or loved ones and be arrested because an Israeli, the Mossad is engaged there. We must understand what's happening in Venezuela and connect it all the way to Palestine and my home country, also the Congo. And the point on the response also, which I feel very strongly about, we cannot be vocal about US policy in Venezuela and be silent on Sudan or the Congo. The same policies that they are implementing in sanctioning the Venezuelan and in killing and almost destroying the fabric of the society, they're implementing some policies in other African countries to force these African countries to abide by US interests. So we must be vocal anywhere you see US imperialism or global imperialism engaged. We must be vocal around it. Inside of the continent, which will be now my final point, I kind of hinted at it. We should know there are vibrant people on the continent who are giving their lives. There was a team of Ghanaians who traveled from Accra all the way to Benin by car with little to no resources to go meet the Communist Party of Benin and have discussions around what's the reality. So Africans there is still this network of Marxists or socialists who are doing the work on the continent who have little to no resources. It's very important for all of us as we discuss the issue of imperialism to be pragmatic and concrete, right? It took Kwame Nkrumah to be the head of state, to use resources of the head of state, implementing the Manchester 1945 resolution of the Pan-African Conference, to be able to say that in 1960, we will have 12 African countries to be independent. The moment we start supporting from a concrete perspective, social justice movement on the continent, not by rhetoric, not just by solidarity, financially, materially, and sometimes it requires to actually be with them in the struggle. And we must find those social justice groups who are anti-imperialist, because there are many social justice groups on the continent who are not anti-imperialist. So when you find the anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist social justice group on the continent, do everything you can to support them. I was pleased to, please don't tell him I forgot his name. Maybe someone may remember. Reverend Mendez, actually. I met him in Accra in July. Oh, it was in September of last year. So Reverend Mendez is now in North Carolina, and he was sharing with me how during the apartheid struggle, they support the liberation movement in Africa. How from Greensboro, North Carolina, we mobilize people to raise funds and resources that will give the funds to someone. That person flies with the money in their suitcase to a country in the southern part of Africa and deliver that to the liberation movement. So they were that connected to the struggle, and that is what's missing now. And the current battle of ideas, in my perspective, while I understand that there is imperialism coming on the continent, the current battle at the moment is who is going to get the minds of the young Africans. Their ideological grounding in redefining what Africa should be. And everyone from China to the United States is battling for that. But for the youth on the ground to not feel alone, we must be much more present and we must support the liberation struggle of today. So I look forward to our discussion, and I'll be adding more as people ask questions to contribute to the discussion we have.
Thanks so much, Kambale. We'll now turn to Khoury.
Hello.
I think, sorry, everybody use that one.
That's cool. Thank you. Hi. This conversation is so good. It's a little dark, but it's really good. Really rich. I want to talk about an episode regarding the U.S.'s ongoing operations, military operations in Somalia, and what it may tell us about dehumanization in Africa and in various contexts. I want to start by just thanking the people who organized this, Samar and Corina, and others who are involved, for inviting me to be part of this really rich conversation. Folks here at the People's Forum. I also want to acknowledge that we're having this conversation here on land that was inhabited by and is inhabited by Lenape people, and offer these words as an offering of solidarity in their ongoing fight for self-determination, and recognize the various indigenous peoples who move through this place as well. And I also want to be open with the words of a once inhabitant of Manhattan Island, Assata Shakur, and quote from her autobiography, where she said, "For a lot of people in this country, people who live in other places have no faces. And this is the way the US government wants it to be. They figure that as long as the people have no faces and the country has no form, Americans will not protest when they send in the Marines to wipe them out." Assata points to racist dehumanization as integral to the US state carrying out violence. I want to discuss and interrogate the dehumanization that was part of a recent exchange between AFRICOM and human rights activists regarding US operations in Somalia, and explore the dehumanization directed at Somalis not only on its own, but in relationship with other dehumanization efforts being carried out by US state forces. In March of this year, Amnesty International published a report recognizing an escalation in US air strikes in Somalia in 2017 and 2018, and documenting civilian casualties in that time. And AFRICOM responded in a press conference that contested, or press release rather, that contested the Amnesty report. By the way, I really appreciate the kind of histories laid out by Yasmina and Kambale regarding AFRICOM. Just one word about the AFRICOM as not only rooted in the US's historic imperial activities on the continent, but also, as Yasmina said, rooted in European colonialism in the continent. Folks may or may not know that the headquarters for AFRICOM is actually located in Germany. It is as part of the legacy of European colonialism and US collaboration with it in a contemporary context. So, AFRICOM, this institution, responded to this to this report, rather, by Amnesty by saying, since June 2017, AFRICOM conducted 110 airstrikes in Somalia, eliminating more than 800 terrorists. AFRICOM airstrikes are primarily conducted in secluded, low-populated areas. AFRICOM complies with the law of armed conflict and takes all feasible precautions to minimize civilian casualties and other collateral damage. We have processes in place to ensure the safety and protection of the local population remains a top priority. These procedures, combined with precision strike capabilities, safeguard civilians and infrastructure. I always have to pause after quoting the devil. The US government lying about killing civilians is not new. This often comes in the form of outright denial, that US massacres of civilians simply didn't happen, or that the US is unable to confirm or deny that they happened, in the infamous words of once Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, quote, "We don't do body counts when regarding US operations in Iraq and elsewhere." The US also claims to kill civilians by mistake through incorrect intelligence. This statement from AFRICOM regarding Somalia, I would argue, is different. It is not a denial of US killing or a lie per se, a denial of killing civilians or a lie per se. One way to read the Department of Defense statement is that the US killed a number of people who they consider combatants and are aware that they also killed people who are civilians and that they're simply lying about it. But another possibility, which I think is more likely, is that AFRICOM was being honest, in quotes, when saying that it killed 800 terrorists, in the sense that it considers the entire population of people in this part of Somalia to be terrorists. This amounts to the US openly, not only in its actions, but in its statements, redefining who gets to be a civilian and simply defining Somalis out of that category. As Assada's words tell us, and as this set of US operations in Somalia and following press statements brutally illustrate, such denial of civilianhood justifies state violence. It also allows the US to circumvent its legal obligations. After all, international law has guidelines about combatants' responsibilities to respect civilian life during conflict, something that the AFRICOM statement actually refers to. If there are no civilians, then there is no responsibility. In a sense, this is nothing new for US empire. Arguably, the very European colonization process from which the United States as a project emerged began with the legal defining of indigenous peoples out of humanity, at that time on the basis that they were not Catholic, and therefore not deserving of the same rights as colonizers. The colonies that would become the United States, both in practices and through the law, carried out processes denying the humanity of indigenous peoples in this place and Africans who they brought and enslaved. My point is not that this is the first time that dehumanization coupled with state and imperial violence has happened, but it is worth looking at that process today, both as informed by history and as rooted in its current context. And I want to explore what all the US state forces are doing at the moment through this entry point of these attacks on Somalis. The notion that any people inhabiting a place that the US identifies as a combat zone should be considered combatants is very much part of the US war on terror. We have seen the same logic in the border region between Afghanistan and Pakistan, something that I learned in a film made by Madiha Tahir, the filmmaker and journalist who's here in the audience. You should all see her film, Wounds of Waziristan. And this happens elsewhere as well, right, where the US will declare a whole area a combat zone and everybody in it, therefore, combatants and therefore subject to US killing. But again, while this wasn't a first for US empire, and I'm reminded of many chapters in the US's ongoing war against indigenous peoples of this continent and various other points in US colonial history, there is something to say about this particular approach to civilian casualties in the war on terror context. Earlier in the war, and the AFRICOM statement references this, the US treated the question of civilians it killed with the notion of quote unquote collateral damage, itself a dehumanizing, though in a slightly different way, term, that the government popularized in its invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq, but that predates those invasions. The idea was that civilians were killed accidentally while US forces were aiming for legitimate targets. Declaring all people in an area to be legitimate targets of counterterror operations represents a slippage from the notion that the US has to distinguish between civilians and combatants at all. Now, we can talk about, amongst ourselves as leftists, that distinction between civilians and combatants and whether or not we think it's useful. I want to say I have lots of thoughts on that, but I just wanted to acknowledge that. It is fitting that the US would make such a brazen claim regarding its operations in Africa, which occupies a special place in the US's war on terror. While the US has used various locations in the world to test out different methods, ideologies, and technologies of killing in the name of quote-unquote fighting terrorism, it has used Africa in particular as a frontier of methods of war-making considered innovations in the war on terror. I really appreciate everything Yasmina said, but particularly with the points about the drones, the drone bases and operations in Niger, and the lengths that the US has gone through to obscure these spaces, and all of the US's operations throughout the continent in what they call light footprint kind of ways of war making. The mainstream media in the United States they'll mention that the US is carrying out military operations in Niger only when a agent of US Special Forces happens to be killed in those operations, right? So when a Green Beret is killed, they say, oh, let's acknowledge this sacrifice of this hero or whatever in Niger, and it's like, wait a minute, there's U.S. forces in Niger? Like there's no conversation until that kind of thing happens, and then of course the conversation disappears. The media don't then ask questions about what these operations were that this person was killed in, and so on. So that's the kind of role that the U.S. is using Africa for. So that said, I want to pivot to other contexts that I see as in relationship with this killing in Somalia, and in this approach of denying civilianhood or personhood as a way of carrying out violence and circumventing legal obligations. First of all, ongoing Israeli violence against Palestinians, backed in every way by the United States, is deeply relevant to the notion of destabilizing who counts as a civilian and counting entire populations as terrorists. Indeed, a framework that designates the entire Palestinian population as a haven of terrorism, I believe, informed U.S. sensibilities regarding the war on terror before it was declared. That is, why is it that Americans were so ready to accept the notion that there are whole countries of terrorists that happen to be places where Muslims live? I think that what Israel did and the U.S.'s relationship with Israel actually played a service to laying an ideological basis and really priming the U.S. population for this notion that there are these Muslim terrorists abroad that the U.S. has to now wage war on indefinitely. And conversely, Israel adopted enthusiastically the framework of the U.S. war on terror shortly after the 9/11 attacks, declaring then Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat as quote-unquote our bin Laden. So the US and Israel work together to define both legally and popularly who terrorists are, and Islamophobia is integral to that effort. I also want to talk about the ongoing attacks and conversation in the US regarding migration to the United States. First, there's Trump's Muslim ban, which is relevant here, again in declaring all residents of predominantly Muslim countries as distinct from others. Other migrants or would-be entrants to the U.S. As suspicious and as potentially dangerous, and Somalis, of course, have been part of that banning. Also relevant is the ongoing violence and conversation regarding Central American migrants seeking asylum or refuge through the entry of the U.S. southern border. This is not to say that the only migrants at the southern border are Central Americans. We also see Africans, folks from the Caribbean islands and South America as well. But there is an ideological attack particular to Central Americans that is not only about denying them entry to the US or rights as refugees, or frankly, migrants of any category. They're simply, say, you're people here to be detained at this point, but also used to using that kind of dehumanization as a way to destroy the US's entire refugee program. In the words of the president, quote, "The asylum program is a scam." He made this statement, or I'm sure he's made it repeatedly, but there's a video of him on YouTube making it at a gathering of the Republican Jewish Coalition this April. And he followed out this statement that the asylum program is a scam by describing a kind of imagined conversation between Central American asylum seekers talking to US migration officials in which these people claim to be afraid, but actually, and then he goes on to describe these people with stereotypical notions of what a gang member would look like, that they're large men with tattoos, and so on. He calls them tough cookies. And he says that they're pretending to be afraid of violence in their countries of origin. He says they're not afraid of being accosted, they'll do the accosting. In other words, while these people claim to be fleeing violence, actually they are carrying out the violence, is the claim by Trump and by essentially US policy at the moment. This notion that Central Americans are using the refugee program to cheat their way into the country and carry out violence is used, of course, to justify the range of highly public forms of violence being carried out: the breaking up of families, seizure of children, widespread and systematic medical neglect, building a wall, etc., as well as the much more quiet but steady elimination of the refugee program itself through cuts to funding. Remember again that refugee and asylum seeker, like the term civilian, are legal terms that endow their bearers with certain rights, rights that the United States is trying to circumvent. Talking about this also requires a conversation about the US's nativist far right, which is doing its part in destabilizing these categories really in concert with the state. There's a video of Charlie Kirk from Turning Point USA on YouTube where he goes to Texas with a Border Patrol agent named Art Del Cueto. And so they're going to the border. And the Border Patrol agent is describing children who are coming from, Central American children who are trying to migrate to the US. And he says, quote, "These kids are hardcore, dude. They'll take your lunch money when you're 5. I don't know why that justify, well, anyway. And so Kirk responds, "These are not your typical innocent children." And their agent replies, "They're not, man." The last thing I want to bring up, when we're talking about children in particular and the denial of their personhood as a way to justify state and racist violence against them, is the ongoing dehumanization of black people in the United States by the police and racist vigilantes, children in particular. Black Lives Matter activists have called attention for years now to the discrepancy between understandings of children and the rights they deserve and the portrayal of black children, particularly in the aftermath of racist violence against them by police departments, by the media, etc. In legal proceedings following his murder of Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri, for example, Officer Darren Wilson described the unarmed teenager as a demon. We are also perhaps familiar with the photos of 13-year-old Trayvon Martin that were circulated in the mainstream media and by the right wing that portrayed the child as aggressive and threatening, though he was a child and unarmed when killed by adult male racist George Zimmerman. Zimmerman claiming that he was feeling threatened by Martin. Similarly, 12-year-old Tamir Rice was portrayed as a threat when playing with a toy gun, a wildly common activity for children in the United States, when Cleveland police killed him. In each of these cases, the killers were acquitted or not indicted for these murders. The point is the destabilization of civilianhood or personhood of Somalis by US forces doesn't exist in a vacuum. When it comes in the context and in relationship with a number of deeply racialized efforts, ideological, legal, and practical, to destabilize notions of civilian, refugee, asylum seeker, and child. Now, I also want to add as a caveat here that Black Lives Matter, in addition to calling attention to this kind of violence, has also, I think, really brilliantly, activists have introduced a really important conversation about, quote unquote, the perfect victim. That is this notion that there are some people who, because they're unarmed or whatever, should not be killed, and then other people who are bad people should be killed. And so I want to say that for those of us in this room, that we shouldn't become terribly, I want to argue we shouldn't be terribly invested ourselves in these notions of civilian or asylum seeker or refugee that are used really to police the kind of violence that we're subject to. But that said, I'm curious, and I invite us all to be curious, and it's great to do so with folks who are kind of critical of these categories. What happens when AFRICOM declares that it has killed 800 terrorists? What does that mean? What are the implications for state violence and so on? So I opened with a quote from Assata Shakur, and I want to end with one as well. And she says in her same memoir, "Any community seriously concerned with its own freedom has to be concerned with other people's freedom as well. The victory of oppressed people anywhere in the world is a victory for Black people. Each time one of imperialism's tentacles is cut off, we are closer to liberation." Now, I believe that is not just moral or sentimental, though I am terribly moved by people fighting for their freedom anywhere. It is also the case that our fates are organically bound together by the forces of violence that entangle different populations around the world in a system of violence that extends the world over. Whether members of groups are aware of it or not, Africans targeted by the US state in Africa, asylum seekers at the border, and Black folks across this country are being dehumanized in relationship with each other. And conversely, our resistance efforts to assert all of our humanity lifts all of us up. Thank you.
Thanks, Khoury. I have to say this has been an incredible conversation, and I'm just so thrilled to be in dialogue with all of you. I think one of the things that's significant here and that underlies what I have to say is that we've heard now from 4 or 5 different contexts. We've heard about Somalia, we've heard about Tunisia, we've heard about Ghana, we've heard about Niger. I'll be talking to you a little bit about Kenya. And the kind of specificity that you're hearing today matters. So some of the questions that underlie my talk today are the following. What do we know about militarization on the continent today? Why do we need to think more critically about what we know and don't know, and how some of the information that we do have is framed? Third, what is AFRICOM? What does it look like in practice? Fourth, who are the other culprits that are enabling and promoting militarism and imperialism? And fifth, how do we read protests in Africa? How do we read protests in places like Sudan, for example? How do we read the significance of struggles that may not be using the language of AFRICOM, that may not be using the language of anti-imperialism without dismissing them? So the question of what do we know about militarization on the continent today, we've now learned quite a bit. What I'm going to focus on is what has been presented to us primarily by investigative journalists. And I am incredibly grateful for the work that these journalists have done. I think it's an incredibly important starting point for those of us who are activists. So we now have a sense of the vast US military presence, of the vast network of military bases, primarily concentrated in the north, in the west, and in the Horn. So from Mali and Niger to Djibouti and Somalia, we now have a mental map of the US military's presence. These visual representations of the militarization of US policy on the continent are powerful resources for us as activists, because each dot on the map helps us conceptualize the sites that constitute the infrastructural backbone of counterterror operations in Africa. But with that said, I want to suggest that we think a little bit more critically about these frames, about this presentation of knowledge. The first is an over-reliance on maps. I think that, in nearly every article that we have been presented with by investigative journalists, there's one image after another of dots on a map, right, of these military bases. And I want to suggest that these dots on a map flatten and homogenize the people and places that are relevant to the issues that matter to us, and obscure historical specificity. So Africans themselves become peripheral, if not invisible. Second, if the only image in our mind is that of dots on a map, then we understand the military's violence to unfold only in pockets of territory that are populated by armed militants, not by human beings who are going about their daily lives. Second is the language of shadows. We see that a lot in the reportage on AFRICOM. Certainly, we need to acknowledge that the US military has deliberately sought to avoid public scrutiny of its activities, but we also need to be cognizant that the language of shadows, while seductive for investigative journalists based in the global north, is largely irrelevant to Africans themselves. For people on the ground, there is no hiding the brutal everyday reality of counterterror operations as they're unfolding. So related to all of this is the politics of knowledge production about AFRICOM. The bulk of the analysis emanates primarily from the global north, and so we have to think, I think, critically about the kinds of resources that are available to us. I think Yasmina alluded to that point when she spoke. And without discounting the importance of disseminating knowledge about the US military's activities in Africa, it's worth asking why much of the military's language and framing is so easily reproduced without question or critique. So I have in mind one recent article by Nick Turse, which the title of which was compelling to those of us who want to resist AFRICOM, but he was relying on data and statistics provided directly from the Department of Defense. And in the article, there was an invocation of terms like terrorism without unpacking what he means in this case. It's, again, a reproduction of the Department of Defense language, and a reproduction of the language of violence. So there was a reference to a huge jump in the number of violent events on the continent without explanation of what is meant here. And so there are some risks, I think, that come with the reproducing of this kind of language. One of them, I think, is that I think an article like this has the potential, because essentially it stated that violence has increased since the founding of AFRICOM, right? And there's the risk that the Department of Defense itself can then turn to an article like that and say, look, violence has increased, we still need, in fact, we need to expand our presence. So there's the risk of it being used to justify a deepening of US military engagement. So it's incumbent upon us, I think, to be more discerning about the information we receive, even if on a superficial level it appears to align with our political commitments, and to think critically about whose knowledge is enabled and whose is foreclosed when the bulk of primary information comes oftentimes from the military itself. So my point is simply to say that our knowledge is partial. And this is not necessarily the consequence of state secrecy. If anything, I want to surmise that our preoccupation with secrets risks overlooking some very real forms of violence and power that are operating in plain sight. So as far as what AFRICOM looks like in practice, again, we've heard very much about that today. And I just want to push back against the idea of thinking about it as this big thing that is operating in the world. And maybe, you know, in calling for specificity, to suggest that we think of it as a collection of peoples, of agreements, of physical sites, each of which is animated by distinct sets of relationships and interests and priorities. So, you know, I think it's helpful to think about, like, in what context was the agreement with Ghana reached, right? What were the pressures placed on the Ghanaian government? And I think it's equally important to think about the potential openings for those of us as activists to concretely engage, to concretely enact change. So for example, for someone like Kambale, who's based in Ghana, who may be familiar with Ghanaian politicians who are circumspect, right, who are critical, how can we start initiating conversations directly with them? And I don't think that this is such a distant possibility. I want to give the example of work that I did about 10 years ago when you had the emergence of AFRICOM coinciding with the International Criminal Court. The US military was nervous, rightly so, about cases being brought to the ICC. And they were actively negotiating agreements with individual governments across Africa to ensure the immunity of American troops in those respective states. So even if Kenya, for example, were to join the ICC, the US wanted to say, you know, just tell us and sign here that you will never send a US military member who's on Kenyan territory to the ICC. In the context of some of the work I did, we sat down directly with members of parliament in places like Kenya and Uganda, and we said, look, these are all the reasons why you should feel no reason to give in to US pressure on this front, and here's some language that you can use to introduce into parliament saying why we collectively, as the National Parliament of Kenya, need to reject this bilateral agreement. And so we were successful in some instances. So yeah, my point is simply to say that just because, you know, agreements have been signed in paper, we shouldn't accept them as fait accompli. Turning to the other sources of interventionism, in the past 10 to 15 years, the continent as a whole has seen one of the largest rises in military spending of any region in the world. We're witnessing a growing investment in war and policing. And Kenya, which is where I do my research, has become a key ally of the US in the war on terror. Its own military spending has skyrocketed. In 2016, it was at $933 million, which is a number that constitutes twice the military budgets of Ethiopia and Uganda combined. Kenya has been the recipient of a huge chunk of military assistance, roughly $8 million to the Kenyan police annually. The Kenyan military has received $300 million in the past decade for training equipment, and in 2016 alone, roughly $120 million. Now, importantly, Kenya's investment in militarism is facilitated as much by liberal governance bodies like the UN as it is by explicitly militarized institutions like AFRICOM. So in the wake of the 2006 US-backed Ethiopian invasion of Somalia, the UN not only failed to condemn the invasion, but effectively encouraged it, and when they asked the Ethiopian troops to remain in place until a quote-unquote peacekeeping operation could be set up. So the language of peacekeeping has served as a cover for a 12-year-long military occupation of Somalia. The Kenyans then joined this charade in 2011 when they invaded, and once again the UN sanctioned it and said, great, now we want to integrate you into this peacekeeping operation. And so because they were integrated into what's known as AMISOM, the UN and all of the funders that are backing this peacekeeping operations have effectively subsidized Kenya's military presence. And they're one of 5 or 6 countries that have maintained a troop presence in Somalia for the last 12 years. Most of these troops are receiving a salary that is up to 10 times what they normally receive back home. So what we have here in AMISOM is a lesson in how you subsidize an occupation. It's also a lesson in how you undercut solidarity. I was really struck the last time I was in Kenya when I encountered a researcher from Uganda who was recounting to me the extent to which families in Uganda are thriving now financially, essentially that they're doing well because Ugandan troops are sending money home, right? They're earning enough to support their families. And it's just striking, right, that the welfare of one group of people is coming at the expense of another. So lastly, I just want to end with a few questions about activism. How do we read and make connections with protests in Africa? And I think I'll just conclude by saying that Kenyan activists have been at the forefront of calling for accountability for the forms of abuse that have occurred in the name of counterterrorism. They're not necessarily using the language of anti-imperialism. They're not necessarily referencing AFRICOM, but they have gone to great lengths to expose, again, the infrastructures of counterterrorism, like where people have been sent, how they have been sent, in what prison are they located now. And I think it's important that we recognize their sacrifices because it's come quite often at a price, and some of the groups that I worked with themselves were criminalized. I mean, they were accused of ties to al-Shabaab. These were NGOs, human rights organizations. Their bank accounts were shut down. They were rendered inoperable. So this is real. I'll leave it there, and I really look forward to the discussion. All right. I think we're probably getting short on time, but we'd really love to hear from all of you before we transition into the next session. Are there any burning questions? Yeah, Anu. 1, 2, 3.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. This panel was really meaningful to me. My name is Anuradha Siddiqui. I'm a professor at Barnard, and I have worked for the past 10 years on a history of architecture of the Dadaab refugee camps. And so I have many things to ask, but I'm going to try and keep it very brief. One of the things I'm really interested in hearing more about, having heard what all of you said, is first of all, the other problematic of internationalization, in my opinion, is, as Naomi Klein writes, are these international securitization forces. So it was very curious to see how the UNHCR's contract with the Kenyan police in Dadaab then shifted to a contract with GS4. So I wanted to know if there was a way that you've all seen this kind of, I guess, policing and securitization contract work as part of the various specific contexts that you're studying. And then the other thing that I guess I'm, most spiritually connected with is this idea of a kind of long history to these things, that I'm very convinced that there are these longer architectures in place that have produced a scaffold for these things to hop onto. In the case that I've studied in Dadaab, there were ways that I've found that the humanitarian settlements were designed in a modular way. They were designed to be expanded as necessary back in 1991. So there was always some idea in mind that this could be a warehouse for, refugees, quote unquote, but I think the idea is, I mean, I think, Hure, as you pointed out, that people can be categorized in many different ways. They can be whoever they are, and then they can be refugees or terrorists, or so I'm sort of, I'm curious to know too how you are thinking about a longer, a longer history to what you're describing. Thank you so much.
There were a few others of you who raised your hands. All right.
Thank you. This was very much informative. We've been talking about the role of the war on terror and AFRICOM, and basically the latest manifestation of US and European imperialism and colonialism on the continent. And then for the purpose of, as far as the relationship to capital. So I would like to hear more about that, the role of capital in this situation. And then Kambali mentioned social justice organizations that are anti-imperialist and the importance of supporting youth organizations, other organizations that are doing that, and I would like to hear more about how we do that.
I think we'll take a few more questions just in the interest of time. Oh, yeah.
Hello, thank you so much for this panel. I truly learned so much. My name is Inem. I go to Barnard, and I just came back from 2 semesters abroad where I was doing research in Senegal and Ghana, specifically on forms of Western imperialism, but especially economic imperialism. And my question is for Yasmina and also Kambale, based off of what Kambale was saying about Burkina Faso. And my question is, to what extent can countries like Niger and Burkina Faso maintain political sovereignty and make decisions around these military accords, given that they're members of the franc CFA zone, so they lack economic sovereignty and are still very direct economic colonies of France. If France is able to hold their national reserves in the Parisian treasury and allot certain amounts of money to them every year, is it even possible for them to make these sorts of decisions as sovereign states?
And there was one more here in the front.
Okay, there was one here. And then
Okay, great.
Yeah, sorry, I'll try to make this quick. Kind of from the perspective of a very Western leftist, there's been a lot of kind of popular uprisings in the last few decades that, while they start with maybe a kernel or maybe even more broadly a pretty revolutionary aspect and popular support, they kind of get quickly co-opted either by the U.S. imperial order or kind of far right, in some cases Islamist movements. I kind of wanted to know on maybe a tactical level, what do you think is what are the most important actions that can be taken kind of from the Western leftist perspective on how to support those more socialist parts of the movement and push back against the U.S. Co-opting of them?
So I'm Bunny. I work as a journalist, and I'm interested in my next projects focusing on reporting on AFRICOM. And so I was just wondering what questions I should ask as I'm starting, familiarizing myself with what has been happening. And then my other question is, how does imperialism and internationalism in Africa, the cultural version of that? So you see Afropunk, NBA is now trying to start a league, African Basketball League, Essence Fest. So in what ways does these cultural forms interact or relate to imperialism and internationalism on the continent?
We should probably take a stab at some of those questions. Who would like to go first? Kambali, do you want to respond?
First? Yeah, I'll go on that one. I'll take on a little bit of the questions asked. I'll start with the last one because unfortunately my answers is usually affected by the last thing I read, Jay-Z, the capitalist. So the last comment that I heard around Essence Fests and NBA brought up the Jay-Z issue, the NFL, because this is also a discussion that we are having here. Some of the challenges that we face with international solidarity, especially when people engage on the African continent, is the lack of understanding of class on the African continent. And there is a great book by Kwame Nkrumah called Class Struggle in Africa. Because the same thing happened also with the year of return, with many African Americans coming back on the African continent for here in Ghana. And how we look at Africa from an exotic perspective of kings and queens. But I can guarantee you, if I lived in time where there were kings and queens, I will not be the subject. I will fight them every day to make sure there are no kings and queens in Africa. Because many of the kings and queens are not progressive. They usually subject population to conditions where they are forced. So the engagement of US projects on the continent lacks class analysis, and it becomes problematic while the intentions may be positive. So at least that's my view on those projects. And it's something also to worry about, when you see Paul Kagame of Rwanda in the NBA finals, and then the president of the Raptors flying into Kigali and having opening of an arena, it completely whitewashed what Paul Kagame is doing in his country. He's been in power for over 2 decades, has bloods of millions of Africans in his hand, from northern Uganda to Rwanda, Burundi, and the Congo. And the NBA presenting him as an exemplary leader, falsified the information that Africans have about what he's doing in the region. That's one. So on capitalism and AFRICOM, I think that was the first question. How does finance capital present itself with Africa? I think it's multiple layers, right? We're talking about the military industrial complex. We have to sell these weapons. We have to test these weapons. We have to support African leaders who serve our interest. The way I've seen Africa for a decade now is to curb Chinese presence on the African continent. The United States cannot fight China's presence on the African continent from a trade perspective. We're seeing that already, the struggle that they're facing now, that they're not able, I don't think they will succeed with a trade war in the US at the moment. And they will not succeed with a trade war on the African continent. But what they believe they do well is US militarism. If you have ever gone to a US military base, it is business, really. It's not just about having American soldiers. I've been to Cherry Point base in North Carolina. You can literally live in the base without coming out. They have everything there. You have restaurants, you have shops, you have housing. Right? So think about all the contractors, all the businesses that's around just having a US military presence anywhere and who benefit from that. And then last is resources, right? Africa has resources the world needs. The world needs now, with the so-called green revolution, cobalt. Congo has the vast majority of the cobalt in the world. It's the number one producer of cobalt. Whoever controls cobalt controls the world. How can you engage in that? AFRICOM is now, I didn't even speak about AFRICOM's engagement in the DRC, where this year they've had already 2 visits, 4 military training there, and then additional companies there. And in different regions, specifically in West Africa, we're looking at oil, we're looking at uranium, using your military might to provide so-called military support to some African government, put you in a position where it's easier for you to negotiate access to the mineral resources. So the resource question, maybe we didn't touch on it much more, but it's very present for me, that's also one of the elements that's pushing the increased militarization on the African continent. And on the last point that I will comment is on youth movement to support. Hello, Inem. Glad to hear that you are there in the audience. But for youth movements to support, it's me in a video chat, right? But my perspective is always, depending on where you have interests, in New York, at the moment, there is a diaspora community that's connected to people on the ground. That's universal. So I could share with you some organization that I'm working with, right? Many of these networks work in a trusted manner. Like you have to be introduced by someone who's trusted to make sure that there is not an infiltrator. But if, for example, you say you are interested in the Ghanaian community, Niger community, and so on, to connect with people who are doing grassroots work there, connect with the diaspora community who are there. You have principles, you have values. You know, I'm a communist, I believe in that, I'm a Marxist, that's what I stand for. I will look for people who have that view as an engaged, trying to figure out, my question is, do you believe in kings and queens? That's my trick question. When you engage with people around those questions and your values, and you ask them directly, you know, there are countries that I don't know also myself. Like, you know, when I need help to get information around Sudan, I had to reach out to our comrades in Sudan, you know, the extreme element. I say, hey, who can I support in Sudan? I know you are from there. So reaching out to the diaspora community who are grounded in principles that you believe in will help in you connecting with those on the ground who are fighting. We are not that disconnected when we are in the diaspora. That's on one level. On the second level, I think if you do decide to come on the ground and work, do not come to Africa without reading Class Struggle in Africa. It will help you a lot to even engage in society on a day-to-day basis. You know, like how do you understand the struggle of a Ghanaian? You know, a Ghanaian who's making on average 50 CDs a month. She's about $10 a month. And survive. What are the challenges? Rent control. Those are issues also we face in New York. How are they engaging these struggles to put pressure around rent control? You start seeing the daily struggle and you engage in the daily struggle of the oppressed on the ground, you will see the doors just open up. Just as, we didn't know the people in Burkina Faso through some activities that we did. Then we find out that in Africa, for 3 years, there has been, on December 1st, an anti-imperialist day organized in Ouagadougou. Who could have thought that? Right on the African continent. And we went to the activity. There were over 500 young people in the auditorium, many of whom came by buses, especially if you're traveling by buses in the region. It's very dangerous because you never know what you're going to encounter. But they came, people in the room. But it was through work, connecting with the oppressed, working with them on a daily basis and getting their trust. And they'll open the doors for you.
Thank you for that and for those questions too. Just real quick on the first one about these security contractors in G4S, just an anecdote, which is, so G4S is this private security policing kind of company that I didn't know was operating in these camps in Kenya. It was the first campaign that Black for Palestine ended up supporting was a campaign to stop G4S's activities in Palestine, where they've been working with the Israeli state in Israeli detention facilities. And G4S is involved in U.S. detention facilities as well as providing security guards throughout the country that, of course, target people of color here. So there's a linkage. One thing, I believe the campaign was successful in that G4S stopped working with Israel or whatever, which is good, but also G4S should just not exist as, like, all these corporations just be destroyed also. So just to put that on there for the goal of these campaigns. So about the question of of social movements and what it means, and I appreciate that we started this conversation with what is solidarity and what does it mean to be in solidarity, particularly if we're located in the heart of the empire. And I guess I wanted to underscore the kind of the importance of recognizing the role that U.S. empire plays in trying to suffocate those social movements and just eliminate the space for them to even develop. I really appreciate the example that Samar gave, where whether it's through the U.S. obviously carries out these active military interventions, but it could also be freezing the accounts of different organizations. And our resistance here against that kind of violence hopefully opens up more space and allows for more of a flowering for the various, it's like societies and their social movements are complex and have people with different ideas, and there should be space for all of that to kind of flower for those to be successful. I guess I want to end, and I hope this responds to a number of questions and picks up after what Kambali was saying about what it means to become familiar with the people and the movements with whom we stand in solidarity. And I also take inspiration, once again, from Asada Shakur, who writes about this in her book, what it meant to come into a knowledge of Puerto Rican resistance fighters, what it meant to come into a knowledge of indigenous resistance fighters when she went to Alcatraz, the occupation of Alcatraz in the Bay Area. And this point that to part of one aspect, so one answer to the question of what is solidarity, one aspect of what it means to be in solidarity with a group of people, I believe, is committing to a deep knowledge of people and engagement with folks, right? With folks' histories, with folks' contemporary societies. And I really appreciate what Kambali said about diaspora and the role that diaspora can play in those processes.
I'm honestly humbled by these questions. I think as I have been in any and every engagement I've had in organizing, I appreciate your framing it as long histories because that is what they are. Nothing of what we have discussed has happened in vacuums. It's been the entirety of human history accumulating for profit that has led to these systems. And I think, as I think every time, there is no, these answers will not be generated as purely functional solutions. They will be generated in spaces like this, in spaces with people on the ground who are trying things out that frankly sometimes will not work. But to try and narrow in a little bit on your question about the lack of economic autonomy in places like Senegal and Niger and so on. And the truth is that's something I think about a lot because in a way I would defend the Niger government against the US government because it's in comparison disempowered, disenfranchised, has nowhere near the amount of leverage on the global stage that the US has. But the truth is that Niger, like all these countries, first of all, would never have existed if these Western colonial powers had not been invested in drawing these borders, in marking lines that will run through Hausa people on one side of Niger and on any of the countries bordering it. In a way that I think is also very illustrated with the Tuareg populations who are no longer nomadic because of resource issues, climate issues, which have made it impossible, but show that there was always this mobility and that these nation states, while I think we do have to have a certain investment in them when it's about issues of self-determination, are ultimately not real lines drawn and in fact are much more dictated by the fact that these are countries whose economics are still entirely dependent on the West. And quite frankly, the government of Niger is not an entity that I would trust to divest from France any day. Which means that I think there needs to be a remove from that, but I think it then shows that there's a way in which, for people who are in the US, especially if you have voting rights in the US, and it's weird because I am not at all an electoralist, but there is a degree of leverage that people have to not allow for certain policies that make it possible for these nation states on the Western side to have this economic stranglehold. And there's perhaps a little bit more mobility there just because it is coming from the side of power and wealth. But ultimately, I truly don't know. I really don't. I wish I did. And I think it's also, I don't know, I was really struck by what Samar was saying about the geographies of all of this, to relate it to my earlier point that it's almost, we need to not think of these dotted lines, of these dotted maps, because I think there's a way in which it will continue to seem unmovable, but we need to put, or on the one hand, I think we need to restrict our scope even more to relations in diaspora communities that are close to where we are, in vetted organizations that are known and worked with on a one-on-one basis. Because on the one hand, it is good for these bigger orgs to have a sort of open door policy. On the other hand, we all know that there's feds in the DSA, like, if we're being real. And I think it's working from those places where we're sending 100 satellite phones will make a material difference, as opposed to grappling with how do we deal with this extremely corrupt banking system, which, you know, the French government has a stranglehold on. Sorry, I know this was an extremely piecemeal answer, but I think one that goes to show how important it is, and how grateful I am for you two putting this together, for our comrades on this panel. Because I think this is where it starts. It's drawing these lines, it's opening these lines of communication, and frankly, it's a lot of a work of perseverance and a lot of a work of optimism. I think us on the radical side of the left can often come across as quite cynical to the neolibs, but I think there's a way in which we are animated by this intractable optimism that the world has been constructed by these horrible long histories that have erected these terrible structures. But if we let that dictate, if we operate from a place of scarcity, we're never going to get free. We need to act as though the impossible is possible and go from there. We need to generate solutions. We need to have these conversations. We sometimes need to act before we know what's going to happen on the other side of that action, and then, you know, hopefully we'll still have a planet.
I'm going to suggest that we move on to the next panel. I want to be sure that we have time for all of you to hear from our next panelist. Thank you so much for being a part of this conversation, and we hope that you can stay for what's coming.
الظلام شربتوا دم الجزائري بلا تكسرني فيولونس في المسير. يبان الحق تحلو واليوم الشعب توحد راهو يقولكم ارحلوا غملوا الكراسة فاحت البلاصة السيستم ديجاجو وغملوا الكراسة فاحت البلاصة السيستم ديجاجو وغملوا الكراسة فاحت البلاصة السيستم ديجاجو الكراسة فاحت البلاصة السيستم ديجاج السيستم ديجاج السيستم ديجاج
Does that work? Testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing.
Okay. Oh, good afternoon. My name is Suzanne Adeli, and I believe that Samar introduced me earlier. I'm going to begin this portion of today's discussion by talking about the popular revolt or popular uprising that occurred in Egypt starting in 2011. You know, it's actually been some time since I've talked very much about Egypt. Things have been, it's been difficult to kind of, I mean, I've certainly been talking about Egypt in the context of human rights abuses and how to address them. But in the context of like the hopes and the aspirations that were part of the uprising in 2011, and in consideration of the abhorrent, violent, enormous counter-revolution and repression that is taking place now in reaction to that, it's sometimes like then hard to come back to a point where we're sort of like refocused on, you know, what that was, what that inspiration was, and because in some ways so much has changed, but in other ways they haven't changed. And just to give you a little background about my engagement in Egypt, I traveled to Egypt. Well, actually, I lived in Egypt as a youth in the 90s. And then as a law student in New York, I was a student at CUNY Law in Queens, and had been an activist in various circles in New York around various issues. And I decided to go to Cairo as part of my first legal internship. Having been part of sort of political discussions and hearing about sort of the long history of struggle that existed in Egypt, and I thought that it would be a good way to spend my summer. And I had family who had connections with some NGOs that were working to support youth organizations and labor organizations in Egypt. And in particular, at the time that I was there in the summer of 2008, I was working with a group of legal workers who were defending the April 6th youth movement, who were being accused of threatening Egypt's national security for engaging in a very small action in commemoration of 2006 uprising that took place in the industrial area of Mahalla. And they were also at the time defending some of the workers who had been arrested in some labor actions that were happening in Mahalla. And I remember accompanying some of these lawyers and legal workers to an appeals court in Alexandria, where 6 of these youth activists were being put on trial. And there was a showing of some 45 lawyers from all over the country who showed up at this court and basically used the court proceedings as an opportunity to confront the regime and say, we don't recognize legitimacy of this regime, we don't recognize legitimacy of these laws, and we demand that you release these youth. And it worked. And you can imagine sort of being a young law student is something that really inspired me, and so I paid attention, after I left, paid attention to what was going on in those networks and those circles. I wasn't in Egypt during the overthrow of Mubarak. I was actually taking the bar, but I was looking really closely. I don't know how I got through that time, but I did end up being there, mainly sort of really as an observer during the heat of the uprisings against the military council, SCAF, who was in rule after Mubarak was deposed. And I was also there during the coup that deposed Morsi. I organized actually a delegation in 2012 with some people who were actually in the room as part, in my capacity as international co-chair of the National Lawyers Guild. And in 2012, that delegation was really, really spent with comrades, with workers, with activists, trying to develop some of that deep knowledge that you talked about how we've come to this point and how different people really enter into this story, into this narrative, and then what does it mean for us in terms of solidarity. And in particular, so I'm active in an organization called the National Lawyers Guild and several other organizations, and our main focus when we do these kinds of delegations or publish reports or give talks is to look at what US policies are doing to impact countries and nations and people, and not just military intervention, also economic aid, also destabilization. And so we were trying to learn about the narrative of the uprisings, as well as get firsthand accounts of how US policy was directly impacting people in Egypt. And then I again returned in 2014 on another delegation, not one that I organized. It was organized by a group based in the UK called the International Coalition for Freedom and Rights. And that was purely to look at the human rights record 1 year after the coup, which at the time was tremendously abhorrent. And every time we looked at the human rights record of Egypt, it was just like, oh, it can't get worse than this. And then it just gets worse than that, which is really sort of the sad truth. But again, we don't look at human rights just for the sake of looking at human rights. It's part of sort of a larger context. And so when we talk about Egypt, right, and just like what was mentioned on the panel beforehand, Egypt has a very long history, right? And it has a long history of its own, and it has a very long history of colonialism, right? And whether we're talking about the French, or we're talking about the Ottomans, or we're talking about the British and their support for the monarchy, and then, but I'm sort of starting at the point when the United States really sort of became involved in dictating Egypt's future. And I think that it's probably a good idea to start when Nasser was in power, right? And whatever folks think about Nasser, he was a real threat to the United States and the United States hegemony. And they saw him as such. And his threat came from different directions. It was part of his pan-Arabism, it was part of his pan-Africanism, and it was also as a result of his brand of socialism, right? Which I'm not here necessarily to talk about what that looked like and if it was really socialism, but it was threatening sort of the interests of the United States. And so there were policies to deal with threats like Nasser. And of course, Nasser is not the only popular leader in Africa who was a threat to that colonial hegemony. And many of them, were just outright destroyed. But the way that the United States addressed Egypt was first through directly confronting Nasser, either through their own military intervention or through the intervention of their allies like Britain and France and Israel. They also, it was part of the, this idea of containment, containing Arab nationalism, containing Arab socialism, whatever that might be. But one other way in which they hope to contain, other than just directly confronting Nasser through different periods, was to also kind of uplift the power of the Gulf countries, right? And many of us sort of like see that history and see it as like not only a situation where they were uplifting the power of the Gulf countries, but they're really helping to create what the Gulf countries are and what purpose that they served in the region as a whole. And part of uplifting the power of the Gulf countries was also to sort of like work with them to facilitate the spread of ideologies like Wahhabism as well, to counter a lot of the left currents that you saw not just sort of propping up in Egypt, but also throughout the region. Now, I don't want people to sort of mistake that as meaning that they helped to spread Wahhabism, and so they're the reason why the Muslim Brotherhood exists. That's not true at all. The Muslim Brotherhood is a party, it's an organization, its people, its constituency are part of another history in Egypt of people who identify as Muslims and were sort of part of a movement that was religious, that they saw as being a movement for reform. And that's different from what the United States has tried to facilitate in the region, like they did with propping up the Taliban against sort of Soviet influence, for example. Now, I will move to 1976 with the Camp David Accords, because the United States also recognized that it wasn't also important to prop up the Gulf states, but also realizing, particularly after the 1967 war, that Israel had some strength, realizing that also propping up the power of Israel would help to also maintain a hegemony in the region. And that hegemony was to serve US interests, which today is not just about access to oil. It's access to oil revenues. It's access to it's access to trade routes. It's multi-layered. And so with the 1976 Camp David Accords, Sadat comes into power, and this agreement is made between Egypt and Israel, which the United States is also a part of, or at least helps to facilitate. And what that agreement does is guaranteed the Egyptian military an enormous amount of aid from the United States in exchange for Egypt's support for the stability or support for Israel. And it also helped to create this sort of military class, which in a lot of ways was not the first, but was really sort of like an important moment in creating the basis for the military state that we see in Egypt now. And so fast forward to today, and that aid is still continuing. Egypt receives, in 2019, they received $1.4 billion in aid, and the vast majority of that aid goes to their military. part of that aid used to be economic aid, but the economic aid that Egypt actually receives has dwindled down from, I think, about 800 million maybe a decade ago to $75 million in 2019. And the aid that Egypt receives is facilitated through something called a cash flow process. And Egypt and Israel are the only two countries that have that arrangement with the United States. And what that arrangement is that the money goes directly into the accounts of the companies that create the military defense systems. What happens is that Egypt orders the weapons, they order the weapons, the systems, they order the technology that they need to be this enormous military state, and the United States pays for it. And so it goes directly into the accounts, and I mean, the last list that I saw of what companies are profiting from this is like almost all US companies. There are more than 10 on the list that receive, I'm sure there's more, but the list I saw was of the top 10 companies, and of course Boeing is there, but many, many others are there. You should look up and see who they are, because, you know, there's, as I said, there's various levels to what is part of US interest in not just you know, the MENA region and Africa, and part of it is also the profits of the military-industrial complex, which is a very sort of enormous force in this country, right? And it has to be contended with in its own state as well. And so, you know, it's important to talk about this history of imperialism, because, you know, another thing that the Camp David Accords did, this might be obvious, but I think I kind of need to state it, is that it didn't just sort of create this kind of facilitation of aid. It didn't just sort of help to sort of create the foundations of the military state that we see now, but it also sort of served to isolate Egypt from the popular struggles that were existing in the region, of which they played such a significant role. And let me tell you, I mean, it's not that the uprising in Tunisia wasn't as exciting as important, but I'd have to say that, like, when we heard that the uprising was happening in Egypt, something clicked. I think something clicked in the minds of people from the region who were either experienced that era of colonialism or inherited that era of colonialism. This idea that Egypt and where they stood in terms of the region was pivotal for the direction in which the region would go itself. And I remember seeing a sign in some of the protests that basically was in Arabic, but it basically said, "The road to Jerusalem lies through Tahrir." And I think that that still stands to be true. And I think that a lot of the Egyptians also understood that to be true. And just as we talk about sort of the presence of imperialism leading up to the uprisings, we have to talk about what the role that anti-imperialism played in the uprisings, right? And, you know, people talk about, I mean, certainly things are more repressive now than they were under Mubarak, but, you know, it was still very repressive under Mubarak. And you know, if you listen to sort of this liberal dialogue about how the West helped to build democracy in Egypt, they will tell you that that these institutions like Freedom House and National Endowment for Democracy were the ones that kind of helped to open the spaces for people to dissent. And that's actually not true. What is true, though, is that the people themselves opened up those spaces, and they opened up those spaces in very pivotal times of anti-imperialist struggle, including the 1990 Gulf War, where you began to see mobilization in Tahrir, and then leading into the second Palestinian Intifada, which also again filled Tahrir and filled the streets, and then leading to the 2003 invasion of Iraq, right, which swelled the streets even more given what Egypt's position was in that. And those were the moments that really sort of opened it up, because it was prompted by these anti-imperialist struggles and ideas, but it would always end up being a discussion about the domestic concerns that were happening. And then after that 2003 movement, a lot of the activists on the ground created something called the kifaya movement, which in kifaya, means, in Arabic, it means enough. And that movement was sort of a large umbrella of different sort of trajectories of dissent, which included leftists, and I'm sure also included people who were associated with different Islamic parties as well. And no, it's interesting because, so I talked about the time that I spent in Egypt. I actually took a lot of frequent trips during that period between 2011 and 2014. I was actually living in India at the time, and I was kind of flying back and forth. And I was working as a labor organizer, and so I spent a lot of my time really going to industrial areas and talking to workers. And the way, and this is interesting because the way they enter into the picture of this uprising is different from somebody who might be part of a socialist party or might be part of another political party, a liberal political party. You know, they looked at these protests that were happening and the formation of groups like the Kafaya movement, and they didn't really know what to think of it, of what to think of them, but they did know that meant, but it did inspire them and embolden them to also open up those spaces themselves in places like the Nile Delta. And in 2006, you saw not so much a worker-led, but it was more of a community-led uprising in Mahalla, which is like an industrial area where they produce textile. And I think that was sort of the beginning of a period of dissent and resistance that you saw reflected in different facets of society, including in the labor movement, right? And in 2008, they organized a general strike in which these April 6th activists first organized themselves in support of that general strike. And I think if you look at sort of a map, if you map what was happening in the industrial areas, the working class areas of the country from 2006 to 2011, the time of the uprising, you see this increase in these kinds of industrial actions, whether they be strikes or they be rallies or they be sit-ins or they just be statements. And I think that in the 2 years leading, or perhaps it's the one, I don't want to exaggerate, in the 1 year leading up to the uprisings, there was an industrial action that could be accounted for every single day of that year. So that's another entry point into the struggle that people don't often see. So you have the anti-imperialist entry point, you have that labor entry point, and and then some of you might have heard of Khalid Said, who was a youth who was beaten to death by the Egyptian police, right? Now, I think that people's having enough of police violence was also another entry point, and repression by the state was also another entry point into the struggle, right? And the case of Khalid Said really, really kind of like brought that home because he was so viciously attacked by the police, and a lot of people wanted to mobilize for him and his family. But that violence and, the way that state violence and particularly torture permeates the actions of the state in Egypt is really, really horrifically enormous. And that, and I'm not saying that like violence can't, be produced, like violence isn't produced everywhere, but there is a history of violence that is inherited through the experience of colonialism and through the experience of colonialism that comes after you over and over and over and over again. And the violence that exists now, a lot of that, as theoretical as it sounds, a lot of that lies in the responsibility of that experience. A lot of that lies in that experience. And, a lot of people, if you Google the reports from groups like Amnesty International or Human Rights Watch, and you'll hear about the prisoners, and particularly you'll hear about the ones who fought against sexual harassment or who's a socialist or who's a lawyer. And the truth of the matter is that the people who really suffered the most at the hands of the violent regime were the poor. And that was always like the state of their lives. Like, I think sort of like Arabs who've never traveled to Egypt sometimes never have an idea of the state of inequality that exists because they see, oh yeah, Arab countries are poor, but in the north, but there's a high state of inequality that comes with it, a disposability, which results not just in being left landless, but also like being easily picked up off the street and tortured to death without anyone except your families or community knowing about it. And that is sort of a fact of life. And I think that also that was another entry point into the struggle. And so, as you see, these are not competing narratives, these are different narratives, right? And they all need to sort of be considered. But I will say that there is still this narrative that Karina mentioned, that the West likes to put forth, that like, oh, the Egyptians finally wanted the same rights that the Americans have, right? And that's why so a lot of us don't like the term Arab Spring, because that came from the West, and this is the idea that, oh, the Arabs have finally had their spring, and they've realized liberal democracy, they've come to modernity. And so I use Arab uprisings because it's a more useful term. And actually have to say that I think it was in 2012, I was at a meeting in Washington, D.C. on corporate responsibility with all these lawyers and policymakers, and Michael Posner was there. I think he was like one of the heads of human rights first, an appointee by Obama. He stood there and actually took credit for the Arab uprisings. He really, so I'm saying it's not just like in our minds. But so what I want to say is this, because it's sort of getting to this question of solidarity, right, which I think that someone brought up multiple times in the panel prior. And I really loved what you said, repeating sort of Asada's words about it's important to kind of have this sort of deep knowledge of if you want to be in solidarity, if you want to be in struggle with people. And that deep knowledge has to also sort of be exchanged. Because people don't also see sometimes the impact of these policies that have here in the United States as well. And sometimes it's easy, because it sort of reminds me of this question that someone brought up. It was just how can we navigate through these uprisings so we support socialists? Well, I feel like that's sort of a very sort of Western way to look at it, right? Because, perhaps, the anti-imperialist forces that came out, perhaps many of them were socialists, perhaps many of them were Naserists, perhaps many of them at least knew that they were liberals but then, the kind of numbers that came out to depose Mubarak, people were fed up, was really much more than that. It was farmers who've been displaced. It's street vendors who have no direction to go in. It was youth who are tired of being brutalized by the police. There are people who are not associating themselves with socialism or capitalism or anything. They might be associating themselves with religion, and why shouldn't they be? They're Muslims. It's a Muslim country, and Egypt is a deeply spiritual country. It has many deep and long spiritual traditions of Sufism, and there's no contradiction between being a conservative Muslim and being a socialist. There are many who are both. And so we have to be able to understand that and in order to be able not to sit in a room and be like, well, let's filter our solidarity according to who is socialist, or let's filter our solidarity to say, are there Islamicists involved in this? Because then maybe we should think twice before we support them, right? I also even see that to some extent, in trying to sort of organize around the Palestinian movement in the U.S. and in left spaces, and I think it's this subtle sort of Islamophobia that it kind of exists in left circles and in liberal circles, and I think it's taught also through this way that we're deemed disposable, that we're deemed to be populations of terrorists, and even though Gazans are all terrorists, or the Somalians that they killed were all terrorists, and even though that all always, and that we as leftists and liberals, well, I'm not a liberal, but you know what I mean. or say, oh, we don't believe that. But sometimes the actions reflect that, because even when we want to have an event around Palestine, right, we always see this action as like, well, we're being filtered. Oh, well, do you have a Jewish peace voice as part of the like why is that a requirement for us to have our own agency, for example, right? And I see that happen in the way that we talk about Egypt as well. So that's just my note on solidarity. And I'm not going to go any further. I mean, I think that I didn't really speak about what the human rights situation looks like in Egypt right now, but it is pretty abhorrent. And if you want me to talk about details, I mean, you can look them up. But if you want me to talk about details, I'll be happy to, about what's happening with the press, what's happening with the death penalty, what's happening with the NGOs, the fact that there's over 60,000 political prisoners that are in prison, many of who are forgotten. But I will also say one last thing about solidarity too, is that, so I organize in the Arab-speaking community, let's say a lot. And I think that there's also a lack of, Palestine is very often the center of the work that we do. And the Palestinian movement has come to be defined by things like human rights. It's come to be defined by, under a framework in which is offered to us here in the United States. And what I notice is that if we are part of a diaspora of this region, we ourselves are ignoring sometimes what's happening in places like Sudan. Or we're ignoring what's happening in Algeria, or we're not even ignoring it, but we think that we know, but we're not really pursuing the deep knowledge, right? We're in solidarity, and I think that was also the case with Egypt, right, too, that like, it's very easy to be dismissive of what's going on in Egypt, to say, oh, because of what the Egyptian government does in terms of Gaza and in terms of Israel. But, the head of the BDS movement in Egypt is in jail right now. The very first place that the revolutionaries went after Mubarak was deposed was the Israeli embassy. And, they went there to destroy the Israeli embassy. So the very people, the very youth who will be able to offer the solidarity to our movements are being also at the same time ignored by our movements. I would say that that's a reflection of overall issue of anti-Blackness, because there's a lot of sort of residual racism, I think, against like Egyptians and North Africans that exist in the northern Arab countries. And I think that that's also like a larger conversation too, that like has to be sort of like confronted in our movements. I'm saying that just in case there's anybody from my movement here, but I don't, but so that's the extent of what I wanted to put out there. Sorry.
Okay, sure. Okay. Well, thank you all for coming out today. So I'm going to be talking about Algeria, and there are a few ways one can sort of approach this. But I thought maybe one way of doing it is talking about sort of the causes for the uprising, starting with that, and those are also, we can look at the causes in terms of like long-term or long histories that someone earlier mentioned, and link them to the issue of militarism and militarization. So very briefly, the Algerian anti-colonial movement in the 50s, in 54, it started after 2 years. The movement held the Congress at the Sumam Congress, and 2 principles were enshrined in that Congress. In addition to a balance sheet of what had been achieved in those first 2 years, and what else can be done. So, and those 2 principles were because the leaders of the movement at the time saw the rising role of the armed wing or the military wing of the decolonization movement. They, well, the first principle was that once independence is achieved, we must have the primacy of the civilian leadership over the military one. And the second principle was the primacy of the interior over the exterior, because there were people in the diaspora, but there were also Algerians being trained in camps on the Tunisian and on the Algerian borders, on the Tunisian and Moroccan side, which were helped by Jamal Abdel Nasser, Egypt, Nkrumah to a certain extent, and so on. So those two principles, which were put in place in '56, 62 come independence. The trained military that was outside of Algeria on the borders comes in, who had never fired the shot at the French, comes in, kills 2,000 fighters from the inside, takes power, and so the two principles that were enshrined in '56 are thrown out of the window. Since then, you have a military, the primacy of the military and the exterior over the interior. The first, of course, that doesn't mean that the first 30 years were all horrible in some ways, but that leadership was, of course, internationalist. It was third worldist. It was concerned with the freedom and self-determination elsewhere. But it has put in the DNA of the nascent state these two genes, if you like. So come in the 80s, with the rise of neoliberalism, the slump in the oil prices, which is the first commodity on which the Algerian economy rests, the state is more or less bankrupt. So, and the social contract that had been in place up until then, which is you have free housing, free schooling, free healthcare, a sovereigntist foreign policy, that broke down, and they thought that the solution for it is to go into multi-partyism and to liberalize the political sphere. If you're liberalizing, the argument was, if you're liberalizing the economy, you might as well liberalize the political sphere as well, so we have a voice. The first elections are held in '91, '92. The Islamist party, in the context of the Iranian Revolution and so on, and the perceived failure of secular Arab leftist or nationalists to achieve the emancipation that was hoped for. The Islamists win by a landslide, and of course, France and the U.S. at the time said, we don't want another Iran in North Africa, and so they wholeheartedly backed the putschist junta, and that flung open the gates of hell on Algeria for an entire decade. They had recourse to the IMF, which started dictating its terms. Hundreds of public companies were broken down, were privatized, and when I say privatized, they were sold with the symbolic dinar to networks of privilege that were close to the military leadership. Hundreds of thousands of workers were laid off. Millions, consequently, of families had been pauperized, and then in the name of fighting these Islamist terrorists, 250,000 Algerians were killed, and over 20,000 disappeared, who until now, there are mothers every week on the street demanding the truth about what happened to their kids. So there was a period of isolation for the Algerian this militaro-oligarchic cartel, if you like, and in the 2000s, by the end of the 90s, they needed some legitimacy. They don't have that with the Algerians, certainly not. And so they needed to get that elsewhere. And to do that, they opened up the economy. So concessions started being given to multinational companies, mainly in the oil and gas sector, but also they liberalized the investment code of 2001. That's when they allowed foreigners in partnership with Algerians to lease land for. So you can't buy land as a foreigner in Algeria. They are trying to repeal that, of course, but they sort of opened up, and they wanted to share the cake with their masters elsewhere, lest they sort of lose their support and their seats. So the 2000s is really a period of compromisation of this cartel, and when I call it cartel, it's not like sort of derogatory. It's just descriptive. Like just last year, they were, the General Hamel, who was the head of the police, the national police, with 3 other generals and the minister of justice. They were all embroiled in a scandal of 701 kilograms of cocaine that was coming. So it's a cartel, not. So, just going back a little for the 90s and the 2000s, what happened is that in the name of fighting terrorism, they have really decimated any political life. They either infiltrated or broke down or banned any trade unions. The NGOs were not allowed to exist. Political parties either were banned, or those who stayed, they were sort of tamed and became one might call loyal opposition. No programs. Their program is to show up to parliament and clap and say we're the president's program, which no one knows what that program is. But people still sort of resisted that fragmentation, that atomization, and that resistance really sort of manifested itself in various forms. Attempts by independent trade unions to organize. This is in 2010, by the way, just before sort of the Arab Spring. This is the Interior Ministry. These are the numbers from the Interior Ministry, which tend to be super conservative. And they tell us that there were over 10,000 sit-ins, riots, marches, strikes. So that's on average 30 a day. That's by their own numbers. That's 30 a day. True, they are small, fragmented, sectoral. So you have the teachers doing their thing, the lawyers doing their thing, doctors doing their thing, the unemployed doing their thing. But those sort of were the spaces within which resistance to the state, to the status quo was taking place. Most importantly, however, with the unemployed, is the centrality of the soccer stadium in Algeria. Being under a state of emergency since '91, the only space where people could, and hence sort of some of these pictures sort of focusing on ultras and young soccer fans, because they are key and they tend to be sort of written out of the story. So I wanted to really recenter them. And that was the case for those of you who have watched the Battle of Algiers. It's the lumpen proletariat. Ali Lapointe is a guy who's a hustler, and those that don't in the sort of historiography are written out, and then the middle class, doctors and show up and tell you that they actually started the Arab Spring, like this guy, this banker, or I don't know what. So yeah, so there is that, but there is also the role, a very important role of a political avant-garde that was in exile, and using sort of, which very few people really believed in them, but they understood the role of social media, of Facebook lives and YouTube videos, and sort of for political education. And they have used that, and people didn't think that anyone was paying attention, but people were. You know, they were watching it sort of under the table and talk about it, and so and we see that in the discourse and the slogans and the demands that were made. So. This sort of coalesces in the last year, and so, you know, the straw that breaks the camel's back is really this the guy who was president since 1999, and who hadn't spoken to the Algerian people since May 2012. No one had actually, you know. So we're in a situation of absentee landlordism, you know, where, you know, we have apparently a president who's on a wheelchair, and because of their contempt, this elite's contempt for the people, they put him forward for a 5th term, and that was sort of the ridiculousness, of that is what brought. What was sort of the catalyst for the movement. So. The movement started in February 22nd this year. So, and it's been on the streets on a weekly, every Friday. Yesterday was the 28th consecutive Friday that millions of people come out to the streets. And also on Tuesdays, which is really interesting. Tuesdays have been led by students. So it's really sort of the students being the elite. They produce slogans that then are picked up on Friday and amplified on a larger scale. But you know, maybe before I go any further, I just want to give you a taste of you know, just to get you in the juice, you know. So this is March 15th, by the way. Algeria's sort of population is 44 million, and that includes about 5 million people in the diaspora. So on March 15th, there were 22 million Algerians on the street. So that's half the country. So that's like having 150 million in the US on the streets. And the New York Times, sort of true to its work ethic, says thousands of Algerians on the streets. So. Sorry, let me just. So this is what Algiers looked like on that day. And since those, of course, those are taken by the security and military helicopters, they're not gonna give you the sound, but this is more or less what it sounded like if you were on the street, every Friday, in fact. So, you know, and so for the first 7 weeks until April 2, Until April 2, they were sort of holding back from any, not showing any sort of sign of or willingness, political will to change. But inter-clan sort of struggles within the power system, which really is a tripod in Algeria. You have the military command, the presidency, and the sort of intelligence services. Those are the, that's what shares the cake. And at times, one of them has more, has more power than the others, and so on. So what happened on April the 2nd? The high command, the military high command, neutralizes the president, rides the popular wave, says that it's going to give the power to the people, according to Article 7 and 8 of the Constitution, destitute the president. They took the chiefs of intelligence, put them in prison, and they've imprisoned up until now a dozen, maybe 20 or 30 prime ministers and previous prime ministers and ministers and businessmen. Actually, they're not businessmen. They are more. They're thugs. No, they're thugs. No, like because businessmen, like even for the, there is some sort of brain activity that goes into that. But just going and holding up sort of public sort of resources. There is nothing to do with business. And they are doing that, trying to make the movement believe that this is somehow, Operation Clean Hands. We're gonna get all these corrupt people, and the people are like, nah, so are you, kind of thing. You've been with them all along, and we're not going anywhere until you go. And in this video, what people are chanting is دولة مدنية مش عسكرية, the civil, not a military state. So really, if you look at the 50s with the anti-colonial, if the colonial violence was the thesis, and the sort of the anti-colonial struggle, military was the antithesis, and which gave us the synthesis of a post-colonial militarized state, then this is the antithesis of that. To say, no to that militarization, and the military should do its job, should be back in the barracks and do your job. You work for us. That's what the slogans, the most sort of popular slogans is البلاد بلادنا ونديروا راينا. The country is ours, and our will shall prevail. That's that's one of the most sort of often repeated slogans, and it's. The second one is كليتوا البلاد ديال السراقين. You have devoured the country, oh you thieves, and that means both local and international thieves who are doing the thieving with them. So this is the again. Yesterday was the 28th act of this. In September. The movement plans to sort of up the ante and to go for civil disobedience, limited in time and sort of scope to begin with, 1 day a week, targeting only sort of ports, airports, oil and gas installations, because we don't, there was a call in early March to have civil disobedience, and the police were going to shopkeepers and bakers, and they're telling them, what, if you don't close, they might come and break your shop, and we can't protect you. So they are trying to close, sort of to affect the public's interest, so you can't get bread and milk for your baby, and and that they try to sort of turn the public against the larger public, against the movement. So they've tried that. So now the movement is being clear that it's not going to be general. It's going to be sort of focused on where where it hurts. So yeah, I mean, in terms of solidarity, it's really key for people outside of Algeria now to speak up, to show their support for the movement, and to send a message also to both this oligarchy and its foreign backers that the world is watching. Should you have any sort of malicious plans, which I'm sure that's all they excel at. I don't know if I should say any more, or like maybe leave it for the question and answer. But I just want to say also, on a final note, I want to say that Algerians, by sort of given the history, they are super sensitive to any foreign intervention. That's just sort of has been installed, so they are aware that the change is going to happen by Algerians and by no one else. But they are aware that people elsewhere are struggling for similar sort of goals, and as you said earlier about sort of solidarity and getting to know about what other people are struggling for and connecting those struggles. And again, the left has been telling us since the 90s, these sort of catchy, sexy slogans of, think global, act local. Well, power doesn't. Empire doesn't. Empire thinks global and acts global. And it's about time that resistance to that also does the same, that it thinks global and acts global. So yeah, with that, I think I'm just going to leave it there.
That was great. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I guess I want to start by saying thank you to Karina and Samar for organizing this. I've learned so much, I think, in the last few hours, and wish that these conversations would happen more often. I don't want to speak too much because I know we're running out of time, and there's a great Malcolm X grassroots movement panel after us. But I guess there are a couple of thoughts that I had. The first thing is I'm always really hesitant to talk about Sudan in the US because unfortunately Sudan has become an example of how to basically talk about Africa in a decontextualized and sort of de-radicalized way, to the point where people will know about Darfur and connect it to genocide, but will not know that Darfur is in Sudan, right? So I'm hesitant. The other reason I'm hesitant is because while I am from Sudan, I did not participate in this revolution. In fact, this morning I was trying to convince my 81-year-old father to come, who did participate, dodging, bullets and tear gas, but he was too shy to come. But I'm going to try to channel my Baba a little bit. Let's see. I'm not going to give a historical overview of how we came to this point, like Brahim beautifully did, because you can read about that. You can read books by Jot Madut Jok, by Ahmed Sikainga, and I would also recommend Amir Idris. They all write in English about the history, the very rich history of Sudan, Pan-Africanism, Sudan, and sort of what led us up to this moment. I will say that this revolution has been decades in the making, and that, it's interesting, I think about my father's life. He started actually protesting against the consolidation of resources and power in the hands of colonial elites as a teenager. And now he finds himself decades later fighting basically against the same thing, right? And so we have this post-colonial order of resources and power being consolidated in the hands of few groups of elites, and that's essentially what people have been, resisting for decades. So we can't think about this revolution outside of that context. I'm going to give you a few really inspiring moments or things that really inspired me during this revolution. It started in December of last year in a town called Atbara, which is a northeastern town about, I don't know, 200 and something kilometers north of Khartoum. And it is historically, and Ahmed Sikainga writes about this, during colonial times and post-colonial times, basically a center for workers organizing, specifically railroad workers organizing. And it is no coincidence that the revolution started essentially there. And so what happened in Atbara on December 18th is that a group of secondary school students went to class and discovered that the price of bread had tripled overnight. And I want to say this, the US media immediately jumped to then say that this was a protest about bread, which is ridiculous because it was not about bread. But even within that narrow framing of it, what they did not mention was that the International Monetary Fund in 2017 issued a set of recommendations to the Sudanese government so during the Obama administration, the relationship between Sudan and the US was starting to thaw. Like to become better, right? Because we'd been on the, sanctions list and list of state-sponsored states who sponsor terrorism, even though we were beginning to do Obama's sort of dirty counter-terrorism work for him, right? But in any case, so that relationship was starting to thaw. The Trump administration kind of took that policy on. And even though, there was a travel ban imposed, essentially what the Sudanese government was trying to do in 2017 was to try to get itself in the good graces of the World Bank and the IMF to get loans again, right? And so the IMF said, here are a set of recommendations for how you can do that, and one of them is to remove key fuel and food and wheat subsidies, which is why the price of bread went up. So even when they narrowly talked about it being about bread, they didn't talk about the IMF. Okay, so that happened. The high school students went out into the streets, Atbara being the sort of radical place that it is. They basically came together with groups of people who had been long-term union organizers, who had really been, many of them had been detained, imprisoned, and tortured during the Bashir regime, which is a military coup that took over in 1989. And so they came together with these groups of youth to protest really against 30 years of military dictatorship and a kind of, again, this imbalance of resources being concentrated in the hands of this regime and elites in Khartoum. And so that kind of convergence is what ultimately sparked the fire, if you will, and it spread very quickly to 23 towns throughout Sudan. And I also want to emphasize what you were saying earlier was that really since December 18th, I don't think there has been a day until these recent negotiations started, that started the process of this transitional government, where there was not a protest in Sudan. And while the media was mostly focused on Khartoum, it's actually the organizing that was happening outside of Khartoum that led to this revolution being as successful as it continues to be. And I say this to say the revolution is very far from over. I think we tend to talk about revolutions in a very Eurocentric way, as kind of myopically focused on the end goal, right? The end goal being, sort of linear, getting rid of a regime. When really, and this kind of reminds me a little bit of this sort of Saul Alinsky model of community organizing that is all about, we get rid of these specific targets by challenging or eliminating them while ignoring the process. And what has been incredibly, incredibly powerful for me was the process in Sudan, right? And the fact that you had workers' unions. And when I talk about workers' unions in Sudan, I'm not talking only about very organized trade unions like the Railroad Workers Union, but also really powerful formations of workers, informal sittat chai, right? Tea vendors. People, I do work on community resistance to foreign land grabs in Sudan, primarily Saudi and Emirati investments in land, and I'll get into that in a little bit. but there are, a lot of farmers' unions were suppressed during this 30-year period, and yet they continued organizing underground. And that's really the backbone of the revolution. You don't see them at the tables negotiating the transitional government right now, but they're right there on the streets, ready to go back out onto the streets if their demands aren't met, and they're very much monitoring what is happening. And so, again, also going back to sort of, what Samar was mentioning earlier about, I think sitting here in the belly of the beast, we might look at the revolution in Sudan and say, people aren't using sort of this anti-imperialist language, or, maybe recognize it as less radical than we might think. But let me tell you, the radical left in this country is much less radical than anywhere else in the world. And that includes Sudan, right? And so when I talk to your average person on the street, just your average, person who joined the revolution, the awareness they have of the ways in which Saudi Arabia and the United Emirates and the European Union have been involved in really creating the conditions that have led people to go out onto the streets is amazing, right? And it's, I'm not trying to romanticize this, but I also think that there's an arrogance sometimes coming from our side, where even in the diaspora, we think that we know best what we need to sort of create change in a place like Sudan. But for me, the most humbling part of witnessing this revolution has been to really sit back and listen and learn from people back home, and to not jump on every opportunity to speak for them, right? So going back to this, Atbara, the protests start. One of the most powerful images, and I want you to pull this up, was when Atbara arrived in Khartoum in April of this year. There was, I'm going to sort of fast forward, but basically on April 6th, which was a very key date for Sudan, because it's when, okay, so I want you to just look at this real quick. So you just saw a train ride of people arriving in Khartoum in April. And what was so powerful about that was that the international media, but also elites in Khartoum, were so myopically focused on Khartoum in April because there was a million-plus strong sit-in that happened in front of the military headquarters in Khartoum, demanding the overthrow of this regime, and a set of other demands that are a lot more detailed, that you can find under the Declaration of Freedom and Change online, that people were ignoring what was happening in other parts of the country. So they came to Khartoum. Atbara came, Darfur came, Al-Gadarif came, and Atbara arrived by train on the same day that in 1991, 4,000 workers were laid off by the former regime. So it was a big FU to this regime that they were able to come in full force to join the sit-in. And the sit-in was a really phenomenal space where people were basically just camped out. And I want you to imagine this is like 100+ degrees. It's Ramadan, people are fasting, and every night there were political education, there was music happening. The artwork that came out of this revolution was phenomenal. I mean, anyway, I get it, I'm getting, okay. But there were basically people from different regions of Sudan who were organizing political education events to really talk about what has been going on for these last 30 years that even people in Sudan were not aware of, because they were either sitting in Khartoum and did not have access to some of the information they needed to know what was really going on in Darfur. So that was really powerful. I want to just say, let's see, the other major point, which was really difficult for all of us here to witness, was on June 3rd. There was a massacre that happened, where basically the Sudanese military, at the time, al-Bashir had been deposed in April, but there was a transitional military council that essentially took over, and those are people who were part of the Bashir regime, and they continue, unfortunately, to be part of this transitional government as well. And they orchestrated a raid on the sit-in, and it was led by a group called the Rapid Support Forces. And these are militias that were formerly known as the Janjaweed. They're responsible for what happened in Darfur starting in 2003. Atrocities that were committed, 250,000 people were killed, over 2.5 million people were displaced. But what people don't tell you about Darfur was that it also had a lot to do with resources and corporate interests. And so the areas of Darfur where people were displaced are now, many of those areas are now areas that mining corporations are interested or have already started mining in. And so you have areas that are gold mines that some of the generals of this Rapid Support Force own, and a lot of that gold ended up on the markets in the Emirates. And so when you talk to people in Darfur, they're very aware of these connections, of the environmental roots of what happened in Darfur, of the international connections that were happening, including weapons coming in from Libya. I don't have as much time to talk about this, but I just want to sort of emphasize that. And so these same forces, the RSF, are the ones who orchestrated a massacre that in one day killed over 130 people in Khartoum and dispersed the sit-in. These same forces were funded by the European Union, really starting in, I think 2005 onwards, through something called the Khartoum process, where, like in other parts of the continent, the Europeans have decided to fund African governments to militarize their borders in order to stem migration from, in our case, the Horn of Africa going into Libya. So essentially reconceptualizing their southern border as ours, right? And so that border between Libya and Sudan and Egypt has been militarized. And you have people who have 4 generations been crossing that border as traders, as pastoralists, who have been caught up in that, disaster, if you will. People who I know personally, who were locked up, who were tortured. One thing we didn't mention earlier is the internationalization of torture, right? So in Sudan, one of the things that we saw during this revolution is the amount of people who got detained, caught up, including some of my very close friends and relatives. My little cousin who was detained and tortured using some of the tactics that Mossad has used in Palestine, right? Or the Israeli, like in prisons in Israel. And so I think that's also an aspect of this. The other thing I want to talk about, and then I'll shut up, is Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates and Egypt to a degree. I think one of the things that's been frustrating for me is that there's been very little interest in talking about Sudan, in part because while the US has interests in Sudan, and they are, to me, quite visible, they aren't to people here. And so there's almost the sense that if the US doesn't have its tentacles in this place, then we don't really need to know about it, right? But the reality of it is that, in February, in the middle of this revolution, there was a meeting between US officials and Sudanese officials to discuss investment opportunities in Sudan. And General Electric was one of the contractors that were trying to establish a contract at the time, right? In addition to that, you have Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates who have really for decades, and I can talk about the longer history of this engagement, but since 2011, since our South Sudan seceded, they have signed over 18 deals for land in Sudan, and they've invested respectively $16 and $13 billion in primarily real estate and land as placeholders for Sudan doing certain geopolitical favors for Saudi Arabia and the UAE, even though the UAE's role is changing at the moment, so I'd say Saudi Arabia is a larger player in this. And in return, Sudan has been sending thousands of Sudanese troops to fight the war, the imperialist war in Yemen on the Saudi and UAE's behalf, right? And that's a really important factor in this because the same people who have negotiated these contracts are still now part of the transitional government. And so really the government that is currently in place is a sham in the sense that the same people who are responsible for the atrocities that were committed in Darfur, for the troops that were sent to Yemen, are still really in power, and they've got immunity because of that. Okay, so that's another aspect of it. And then finally, I want to just touch on a few things. I have some thoughts about how we talk about revolution. I've mentioned some of them. But one of the frustrating things that I've found is that we've talked about, and this is mostly coming from the Arab media, to a degree from the Western media when it's bothered to even report on Sudan, and that is that Sudan is late to the Arab Spring, right? And there are racist undertones to that, right? Because there's this idea that somehow, you had mentioned this earlier, we're finally sort of caught up to Egypt and to some of the other Arab countries, when really, I mean, a lot of the Arab Spring happened in Africa, so that's a whole other thing. But I think there are a couple of things that bother me about this, besides the fact that we're sort of late to the party, is that we should be able to talk about the revolution in Sudan on its own terms and in relation to its own history, right? We've had primarily military coups since our independence. And two of those were overthrown by popular uprisings, not very unlike this one, in 1964 and in 1985. In both cases, there were transitional governments that came after it that were intent on de-radicalizing the movement. So there are lessons that we need to learn from that. In addition to that, we've had movements in Darfur and in South Sudan, not for secession, but for a new Sudan, right? The SPLM is not called the Southern People's Liberation Movement. It's the Sudan People's Liberation Movement. And it wasn't until the United States, under the Clinton administration, got involved in brokering, in some of the negotiations between the North and the South, that secession really became a viable option. And so this is important to me in that we in Sudan forget about the non-violent resistance that preceded the armed movements in Sudan. And so we talk about Darfur and South Sudan as somehow separate from the revolution that is happening currently, but it is an integral part of it. And non-violent resistance is a privilege. Not everybody has that privilege, right? When people in South Sudan rose up non-violently against their governments, they were met with the same type of massacre that we experienced on that one day on June 3rd. And so there is also a need for us to link to our own deep history in order to talk about how we revise our own revolutionary history and talk about it. The other thing is, I have no problems with us comparing the Sudanese revolution to the Egyptian revolution, despite the fact that we have Egypt colonized us, let's not forget that. But despite that fact, because that's they're fighting against their own colonial roots of that legacy. But what I do have a problem with is when we do that and obscure the fact that there have been popular uprisings in Africa, in Burkina Faso in 2014, in Zimbabwe, in this past year and in 2016, right? The Congo, Ethiopia, right? And yet I've never seen anybody make that comparison. And I mentioned this in a different panel a couple of months ago, and this is probably why I don't like appearing on these things. It was like just only Sudanese, about the Sudanese revolution, and a sort of more elite diaspora person said to me, well, nobody in Sudan cares or knows about Burkina Faso or Zimbabwe or the Congo. And I said, first of all, there's so much to unpack in that. First of all, that's historically inaccurate. Our colonial borders are very new borders. People have been moving across the Sahel and across the Horn for generations. But besides that, I know personally activists in Sudan who have been in exile in Uganda and in other countries across the continent who are making linkages in this very same countries where these uprisings have happened, and who are talking about the fact that in Burkina Faso, during that transitional period, there were corporate contracts that were signed with Canadian companies, right? That after the transition period are still being honored. And so we have to pay attention to these things. During the transition, right now we have a prime minister who's a little bit like a Sirleaf Johnson, right? I think you're all, right? Somebody who comes out of, you know, a sort of World Bank, he's a UN, you know, economist who's now appealing to the World Bank and the IMF. He's trying to drum up about $10 billion to rebuild the Sudanese economy. And that's dangerous, right? We have to pay attention to that. In addition, the diaspora has been pushing a foreign minister, and I hope this is not, anyway, this is like a little bit of a controversial point here. But the diaspora has been pushing a foreign minister who I know who works for the Enough Project. And if you're aware of the Enough Project, they came out of the Save Darfur coalition, and they were very much about undermining any type of solidarity with people on the ground and really pushing, for the most part, US interests. And so on that point about solidarity, I'm a little bit more skeptical about diaspora solidarity. I think that Sudan has, until recently, had one of the largest communist parties on the continent. We have a very radical history, and yet elites often sort of will de-radicalize those elements of our movements, and that includes people in the diaspora. And so I think not everybody, like we can't just see the diaspora as one uniform kind of group of people who all have the same interests you know, at heart, but really we have to look at how can we in the diaspora right now identify the radical movements, the radical parts of our movement, the people on the streets in Khartoum right now, the young people. We have a very strong feminist union kind of history, right? The unionists who have been sort of sidelined in this transitional process. And how can we start a dialogue with them about what solidarity might look like? And mind you, it's okay for them to say, we have no interest in connecting with people in the US. Right? Your role is actually kind of marginal, and that's something that is sometimes hard to swallow, but a lot of people in diaspora are so sort of, they want to jump quickly into doing things and then, you know, go into lobbying, and really what we want right now is the least possible US intervention. We want them to turn the other way and to forget about it. Like, continue doing that, that's fine right now. You know, but there are ways that I think movements in the US can connect to movements in Sudan, and yet we have to be very careful in not overstating our role in that. So I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, my knowledge about Sudan is very limited. I went to South Africa in 2001 during the World Conference Against Racism. I'm from India, and I belong to one of the Dalits communities. And at that time, they were trying to make case for Dalits discrimination to be equivalent to racism, and they mentioned about existence of caste kind of system over the world, and Sudan was one of those places where South Sudanese were, as I understand, were treated like slaves in the northern part. And so when I heard of this conflict in Sudan, so I understood it in terms of South Sudanese against North Sudanese. There might have been a lot of South Sudanese in the northern part, but mostly engaged in domestic work and menial sort of work. And so they might have joined with the southern people. So what I want to know is two things. Is the current kind of this conflict that exists between the military and the people who want more democratic government, related very much to that South-North conflict. And yes, so basically that. And which part are you from? And are you identified more as a South Sudanese or North Sudanese? And I understand in diaspora, from whatever country, like from India, whoever comes to America, 99% or 95% of them are from upper caste. So similarly from Sudan also, whoever has been able to make it to the US are probably from North Sudan.
And how much time do we have, we think, until the next? Okay. Anybody else? You want to pose a question? Karina.
So thank you all for these brilliant talks. And bearing in mind what are some of the limitations of maybe overstating connections or similarities, I'm wondering if you could all sort of talk about maybe ways in which you find parallels in each other's struggles and whether or not there are, thinking about solidarity and internationalism, are there places for building upon that solidarity on the African continent between these struggles, as well as thinking about those connections here?
Thank you all so much. That was really incredible and just so energizing and so thoughtful and provocative. I'm just curious, you know, I was really struck by what you said, Nasreen, about solidarity and like, you know, and what are the limits also, like in terms of what can we in the US do, right? As activists or leftists and like sort of limiting, sort of taking our own hubris into, you know, consideration here when it comes to like, what does it mean? What is, maybe the most helpful thing is like just stepping back, right? And I'm just curious just what solidarity means to each of you as you reflect on the struggles that you've been a part of, whether in, you know, here or, you know, elsewhere, and transnationally, right? Like, what does that practice of solidarity look like, particularly when you're sort of thinking about, you know, what's happening on the continent? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for an amazing set of presentations. I'm thinking about what you all discussed and these the revolutionary processes unfolding in the places that you're discussing, and I'm thinking about it alongside a conversation that a lot of folks are having in the kind of progressive left or whatever in the U.S. and elsewhere about like rising authoritarianism around the world. And it seems, which is on one hand a thing that I'm concerned with, but there seems to be this weird disconnect where it's like there'll be a conversation about Trump and like the various sort of, you know, authoritarian leaning folks in Europe and elsewhere around the world, and then like never does it enter the conversation that there are these revolutions unfolding that maybe have some insights for how to confront authoritarianism. So I wonder what, if you are thinking about those connections, what you would think those insights that could be relevant to others of us might be, and your senses of folks who are part of these processes in Algeria, Egypt, and Sudan. And you all spoke to it a bit, but like your sense of internationalism among the kind of outlooks of folks as they're fighting these fights. That's it.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentations. I learned so much and want to keep learning more. But I have a quick question that I think is connected to the last question, or the last part of your question, which is, I wonder if you all could talk about who the folks or movements that you're speaking of and their various kind of components, who they imagine themselves in solidarity with, right? What are the struggles and movements that they look to and the histories? So like, I think of myself and as work that I was involved in here a long time ago, looked to connect specifically to specific movements, right? Whether it was a MST in Brazil, and those were around a particular set of political ideas of freedom as well. So I wonder if you could also speak to what the movements that you all are referring to, who and how they, what histories or current movements that they draw inspiration from.
One more, yeah.
Part of my question, I think, has already been asked in that I was struck by the level of mobilization that have been able to get on the ground, and then the political awareness of masses of people across class and profession and everything else. And sometimes I've noticed that in travel as well, which is a challenge here in the U.S. So should be humbling for a progressive left and radicals as far as the ability to radicalize masses population here in the United States. So lessons in that, like not only what can we do, but what can we learn? So I think it's related to your question. The other piece is when you have that kind of radicalization and mass movement, and it's happened before, like what are the barriers to that translating to change in governance as far as that being reflected in who takes over the country, right?
Want to start? Yeah.
Just to take that on, that's a very, very good question, because what I wanted also to do earlier, but the time obviously is short, is to link back to what the first panel was talking about. So the comparadorization that I was talking about earlier doesn't only happen on the economic sort of level, but it happens on the military level. So coming out of the 90s, the military oligarchy had to find itself some legitimacy outside. So, and what they did with the sort of 9/11, they came to the US and they're like, you know what? We've been fighting these crazies for the last decade. We are your guys. We know these people. We have done it on our own, and we're your experts. In fact, after the 9/11, 2 planes left the United States. One, which had the Saudi royal family, and the second one had the Algerian chief of the intelligence. So only when the sort of the airspace was sort of closed. Those are the only 2 planes. So they presented themselves as, you can count on us. We're your guys. And we start seeing sort of more involvement in the Trans-Sahel, which the Trans-Sahel sort of counterterrorism is based in southern Algeria. We start seeing, this is actually, these are the current head of the military is this guy here. Yeah, but which one? Here he is, sitting with the Israelis. So for a lot of people, a lot of the left outside of Algeria, they think, when they think of Algeria, they think of Algeria of the 60s and the 70s, the Mecca of the revolutionaries, the Pan-African Algeria, and but that's the rhetoric. They keep that rhetoric, right? But actually, they are more sellouts than you could ever imagine. They're sitting. This is NATO. NATO was bombing Algeria in the 50s on behalf of the French. How can you be sit with them? So so that's the head of the military, and this guy here, Qaidi, where is Qaidi? This is the new head of intelligence sitting with AFRICOM. So This guy. Here. This is an AFRICOM meet. Algerians don't know about this, so we have to find out. We find this out through AFRICOM and through, we find this out from the outside. Because inside the discourse is like, down with imperialism and socialism, and that's sort of the cognitive dissonance that has pushed Algerians to revolt in some ways, because they're like, what you're full of crème fraîche, that's, you're sitting with the Israelis and you're talking to us about colonialism, so that's also sort of the comparadorization. It happens on that level. But going back to sort of the maybe you should take the other question, and then if I, so you have time to comment.
Sure. Should I continue?
Okay. Maybe I'll take this question of our ability to mobilize here in the U.S. And it's interesting because you talked about transportation, right? And I kind of think that because I don't necessarily know the answer to this, but my thoughts have always revolved around when I talked about that moment when I was in the courtroom in Algeria and how the lawyers turned the court proceedings into this protest and used to expose that the regime and the laws are not legitimate. And I kind of always felt like the problem here is that there's so many people who believe that this regime is legitimate, and when I say regime, I mean the United States of America and its empire, and it's permeated by in the global sphere. What that looks like is American exceptionalism. So there's always this underlying understanding by even those that we might call left or who are part of the resistance, who think that there's some legitimacy to what the United States is doing because we have a hand to play in bringing some form of democracy or human rights to other places. And I feel like that prevents the kind of spark that's needed for real mobilizations, except that we have had significant mobilizations, right? But I think that sometimes I wonder what it takes for them to be bigger, but to be bigger and radical. Not just bigger anti-Trump, and not just bigger. I don't want to name other groups that I think are, that sort of, and I think that there's a lot of division, when I think about infrastructure between rural and urban, for example, right? And the more that I sort of think about that and think about what mobilizations are we able to garner in the cities, but what about the rural areas of the United States? For me, it feels like that we even are just different countries altogether. So there's bigger questions like that. To see that level, to try to see that level of mobilization. I tried to sort of be optimistic about it. And that kind of leads into this interesting question is who are our comrades on the ground? Who are they in solidarity with, right? And I think it really depends on who you ask. And sort of me being a labor person, we see a lot of opportunities in building solidarity between workers, and even at a time of repression, you see Egyptian workers mobilizing in support of Bangladeshi textile workers, or even if it's small and vice versa, and we see that as an avenue or a window into creating real solidarity. But it's interesting, I remember being invited to Turkey to speak on this panel called Lawyering in the Age of Bread, Freedom, and Social Justice as the American lawyer, right? So I was the American lawyer, and they're just oh, talk about Occupy. And I'm just well, I don't want to talk about Occupy. I want to talk about the hunger strike in the California prisons, right? I want to talk about mass incarceration. And I think, but then what I realized was that they thought that I was going to be a reformist because I was the American lawyer. So just talk about Occupy. And I've seen that also and this is what I meant about like exchange of deep knowledge. Because I'll go to places like Egypt or Palestine or India, and people are like, oh, occupy, occupy, like what's happening with that? And I'm just like, do you know about what's happening? Like, do you know about the struggles, the deep struggles in black and brown communities that are happening here? We're also Americans, right? Like, you know, we're not all just sort of like blondes and like, you know, and I saw myself having to have that conversation as well a lot, you know, and, you know, I think what you brought up about authoritarianism is really important. And I was actually just recently in the Philippines, which is another sort of site of authoritarianism. We're seeing outrageous things happening in India with another sort of like project of authoritarianism. And I think it's no coincidence that authoritarianism is on the rise at the same time that we see kind of like, even though these mobilizations aren't new, as you said, they're part of like a long history of struggle that is not always front and center, but we're seeing a rise in these trigger moments, in these sparks, in these more effective mobilizations and there's no coincidence that like authoritarianism exists with it. And Sisi reflects that as much as any of these folks do, Duterte, as the Israelis do, and, you know, and he does it through the method of like saying that we have to crack down on everybody because of the Islamicist threat, because of the threat, and they're conducting these dirty wars in the Sinai that like harken back to the worst dirty wars that you can think of in sort of a similar like authoritarian regimes that existed all around the world. Yeah, and I think, you know, there's certainly opportunities for more solidarity, and I think I'll stop there and let you talk about that, and then if you wanted to add more, we could.
I also know that we're running out of time, but I guess on the question of South Sudan, North Sudan, if it's okay with you, I'd rather talk later, because I can't do it justice in this, and I don't want to detract too much from the sort of flow of the conversation. But also, again, I would recommend Jot Madhud Jok's work. Also, John Garang has written about the New Sudan, and it's interesting work, important work. In terms of, there's some really great questions asked about solidarity. I don't think I have the answer necessarily to these questions, but I remember when Girifna, so one of the groups that I'm affiliated with is called Girifna. Girifna means we are fed up. It's a little bit like the Kifaya movement, you know, which is a movement of young people that were just tired of the sort of old political opposition parties that were led by elites that actually continue to sort of have been co-opting, I think, parts of the revolution in this transition period. And one of the things I was struck by was people at the time in Girifna in Sudan saying, we don't want any funding from the United States, whether it's individuals or foundations or anybody. And eventually it became, it's okay for individuals like in the diaspora to give as long as it's no strings attached. And I think it was a reminder of the ways that, you know, we talked about militarization, but there's also a way that we have this kind of imperialist policies, if you will, that are channeled through foundations, right? Like the Ford Foundation, for example, and the kinds of damage it's done in other parts of the world. And I think, so there is a healthy skepticism, I think, of any type of institutionalized funding, if you will, whether from governments or like private foundations. And I think, and yet, like in this, during the revolution, I remember working with the Movement for Black Lives, and I just want to give a shout out to them for really just sitting down with a bunch of us from the diaspora and saying, what can we do? Because that's often a question that people don't even start by asking, right? They assume what they can do first before asking. And so I think, and then it's upon us as diaspora people to then ask that same question to people on the ground that we trust and to, you know, listen to that. And so in this case, there was a need, there was an internet blackout for 3 months. I can't remember how long it was a long time. And it was hard because we weren't getting proper information, even as diaspora people, because it was hard. We mostly call through WhatsApp. And so people said we need encrypted laptops and phones. And that's what they ended up working on. People within the Movement for Black Lives and another organization ended up, you know, bringing material support. And I think that was significant. I mean, it's a small thing, but I think as far as the sort of larger question of internationalism, what I'm seeing from my work, as I mentioned earlier, I look at Saudi and Emirati foreign investments in land. And of course, Saudis and Emiratis currently own, I think, approximately several million acres of land. They own more land than Sudanese domestic investors combined. So that's significant, right? The fact that Saudi Arabia and the Emirates own more land than we do ourselves, essentially, right? And it's a placeholder for sort of climate change and you know, the fact that they can't grow their own food, but it's, again, also about these kind of geopolitical favors. And so people on the ground who have been dispossessed, landless workers and farmers, have been organizing around this. And so I've been in conversation with people around, you know, the Via Campesina. There is an infrastructure that already links people. And I think within those infrastructures, whether we're talking about the World Social Forum or the Via Campesina, it is still often elites who get to meet each other, right? And who get to travel to each other. And some of this has to do with visa imperialism and all that kind of stuff. But other things, you know, it's also about language. And I don't just mean like somebody who can't speak English, but also the way that we get read outside of our context as radical or not, as being able to speak that sort of international language of activism that is elitist in its own way. And so that's something that I'm struggling with, is like, I often find myself being a little bit of a gatekeeper, like somebody contacts me from the media or from there's an opportunity. There was recently a group of people from South Africa that were trying to link youth in Sudan to some group in youth in South Africa. And they were asking us, who do you recommend? And even in recommending, it was complicated to figure out, well, who doesn't get to do this? But for whom would it be useful? And you know, like those kinds of questions. So I think it's a longer conversation, but I think these are really important questions.
All right, I think that's it.
Thank you, all three of you. That was really fantastic panel. Brahim, you had something more?
Just to plug in the...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
So just in case anyone here is a representative of an organization, there is an initiative right now for a solidarity statement with the People's Movement in Algeria that's being that's collecting organizational signatures. It will... on Wednesday, it'll be sort of published in the form of a petition. So I'm gonna circulate a piece of paper. If you want to receive the link to the petition, follow Algeria Revolt on Twitter or on Facebook, the page on Facebook, and you'll get updates. So if you're just an individual who wants to sign it in that capacity, that should be sort of available on Wednesday. But if you're a representative of an organization that might be interested in endorsing it, then please talk to me after this, and we'll work something out. And also there is a fantastic event after this with the Malcolm X grassroots movement. For those of you who can stick around, please do. And thank you again for coming.
I just want to thank the three of you again and all of our other panelists from the earlier panel. This was such a rich conversation. I hope it's one that we can continue in the future. Thank you again to the People's Forum, to the Polis Project, and to Warscapes, our co-sponsors, and a big thanks again to my co-organizer, Karina. Thanks for being here. We've been, oh, it's